Okay. Well, we got a minute to go here. No. Ernie may complain that he didn't know we started at 6:30.
Was on the website, wasn't it?
Well, we're gonna start at 6, but there was something going on in here before
You know, I was
the
thinking
road board.
is if they're gonna have these many people, these many things on the agenda, they didn't need to make it up in 2 meetings, you know, like a second.
Split it up
meeting a month.
twice a month?
I mean, these things are marathons.
Yeah.
Or have it like they take only a certain number of items on the agenda, and then it goes over to the next month.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna burn people out, they're gonna say, right.
The two new people are gonna think, he's probably like, y'all told me a couple hours, you liars.
I totally was thinking, oh no, it's like 2 hours? Two times 3, you know?
I have to say, I actually drove longer than one of our meetings was. One of our meetings was only like 20 minutes,
Yeah.
and so I heard 45 minutes went away. So
Okay.
No.
there was only one thing on the agenda. I can't remember what it was.
Everybody ready?
Yep.
We got 6:30. Good evening. Welcome to the April 21st, 2021 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. At this time, I would request that everyone please turn off or mute all cell phones and other electronic devices. And I invite everyone to stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Applications for conditional use permit requests and rezoning requests will be heard during tonight's meeting, and the commission will vote on these applications and make a recommendation to the county council. The applications will then be scheduled to be introduced before the county council at the Monday, May 10th, 2021 county council meeting. Public comment for conditional use permit requests will be taken during tonight's meeting and at the county council meeting on Monday, May 10th, 2021. Public comment on conditional use permit applications will not be taken at any meeting of the county council held thereafter. Applications for preliminary plats heard during tonight's meeting will also be voted on by the Planning and Zoning Commission during the meeting. The vote on preliminary plats is final. Only a recommendation for denial of a preliminary plat will be heard before the county council at their Monday, May 10th, 2021 meeting. The following documents are introduced as a matter of record for this evening's public hearing and regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those documents are the Unified Development Ordinance of St. Charles County, including zoning maps, and the year 2030 Master Plan for St. Charles County, which includes the year 2030 Future Land Use Plan map. I see that we have a quorum. And you want to make a motion to open the meeting?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
We are open. Oh, here's my card. For those who, this may be your first time at a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, a little guidelines as to how this meeting operates. I will read the application into the record, and then the staff will give us their report and recommendation. At that time, commissioners may have questions of the staff. Then we will ask the applicant to come forward and present their application. And the commission may have questions for the applicant. Then we will open the public hearing. If you're going to speak, right here on the table, there's these little white cards, and we ask you to fill this card out and put it in the box, so this way we make sure we get your name spelled correctly in the minutes, because these minutes are public record. So if you're going to speak, please fill out one of these little white speaker cards. During the public hearing, you'll be under oath. I have to swear you in, and so you're here to tell the truth. But if you're going to express your opinion, tell us you're expressing your opinion. We want to give everyone at least an opportunity to be heard. But if someone has come and talked about increased traffic, we don't need 5 other people to come to tell us about increased traffic if we approve some application. If you're concerned about the traffic, someone's already spoke about it, you can just come and say, I concur. Okay? That way we can move this along. We have quite an extensive agenda this evening. If you're here for conditional use permit request, CUP 21-06, which is located at 5435 Westwood Drive, that has been continued until our May 19th meeting. And if you're here for a preliminary plat for the re-subdivision of Hunting Creek Plat, 2 lots, 22 and 143, located at 35 Laurel Hill Road, and that's PRE 20-06. That also has been continued until the May 19th meeting. So the first thing on our agenda for this evening is a rezoning request located at East Highway Inn. The application number is RZ 21-04. The property owner's applicant is Highway Inn Properties LLC. The current zoning is A Agricultural District. The requested zoning is C2 General Commercial District. The 2030 master plan recommends low-density residential uses, 1 to 4 units per acre. The parcel size is 10 acres. The location is on the south side of Highway Inn, approximately 1,800 feet west of Duallo Road, near the cities of Lake St. Louis, O'Fallon, and Wentzville, and it's located in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, the property that we're talking about, here's an aerial view right here. This is the acreage. The whole parcel is asking for rezoning. It's currently zoned agricultural, and the applicant is requesting a rezoning to general commercial. As you may know, in your packet, there is also a conditional use permit application, which we won't really discuss right at this time. I'm going to deal mainly with the rezoning application. As you know, the first thing that staff does look at is the land use, the master plan. In this case, you'll see that the parcel located right here, it appears to be just adjacent to the commercial recommendation for commercial uses. The way that staff does look at this and analyze it is the center of Duello Road and Hopewell, which will eventually be realigned. Basically, we look at 2,000 feet out in a circumference, a radius, actually, area. And we look at this as a open for mixed commercial activity center. So in other words, you might have more concentrated commercial uses right at the intersection. You see a lot of gas stations and things like that. But there is an allowance to kind of to move out and grow with the area, because it is going to definitely be a residential area to the south, to the west, to the north, areas around there, but there are uses that are necessary for people in those neighborhoods. So from there, staff is looking at the development around the area. We are anticipating the city of Wentzville to grow in this area. They are looking at residential development to the south of this property. We also looked at the development of Highway Inn. As you may be aware, MoDOT and the Transportation Board have been looking and working on a Highway Inn plan. This is expected to be a major thoroughfare area. In fact, there is some request for dedication, or reservation, I guess I should say, for future development of this Highway Inn into an anticipated major thoroughfare, 4-lane, 3-lane, whatever they do with it. So with that, staff Based on the strict master plan, as you look at it, it's, you know, staff usually will say, we do not recommend, or we ask for denial. In this one, we're open. It's an area that's, it's like a gray area. It's right there at the edge. It hasn't developed yet, but we have to look forward to the market and to the development of this area and how it will develop. And so we are open to the rezoning on that aspect. And then I will discuss the conditional use permit and their plans for the development of this property at the next permit application portion of the hearing.
Okay, any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Here, we'll do it. Get you both at the same time.
Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Please state your names and address for the record.
Brad Goss, 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis 63105.
I'm Tim Kanke, 1030 South Point Prairie in Wentzville.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a presentation which does go into our site plan and goes into the conditional use. I would like to be able to present that along with the rezoning request because there are developments happening around us that make our use complementary to those anticipated developments. We've worked with the builder who has the property under contract immediately to the west and south of us. And in our development, and I'd like to be able to show you that. Lombardo Homes is the developer, and Doug Nance is here in the audience if you should have questions of him. So with, you know, the staff and the chairman's indulgence, we would go through both of those together. And of course, I'll come back up and answer any questions specifically on our conditional use permit.
Go ahead.
Fair enough. All right, we represent Highway End Development, and STL Storage will be the business that will be proposed for this development. I'd like Tim Kanke, who is the owner of STL Storage, just to tell you a little bit about STL Storage, how they operate, what the business is about, because they're a little bit different than some of the self-storage operations you've approved. You approved one most recently on Highway Z. That is not this kind of development or kind of self-storage. So we'd like to talk about that. And Tim, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. As Mr. Goss was saying, our development in 2017, as you can see, there's our signage there. We're currently in Wentzville. If you can think about where Highway 70, South Point Prairie, and Highway 70 kind of intersect, Veterans Memorial Parkway. We're about 5 miles west of the proposed development that we're talking about now. And so in 2017, we finished our development and opened our doors. And since then, we've just grown fairly significantly, really just kind of growing with the Wentzville and the surrounding area. And one of the things that we like to pride ourselves is just kind of having a hassle-free environment. If you take a look at some of the notes that we have here. Okay. Well, let me go back just one here, just to go through that. So just kind of having a hassle-free environment for our clients. One of the things we hear about a lot from the folks around the area is that I'm glad you're so close. Most people will not drive beyond 4 or 5 miles to put their stuff in a storage unit. So it's important that you're close, and having rooftops around the area is very important for trying to find out where you want to put a self-storage development site. So we felt like we kind of hit a home run in that particular area when we developed there in Wentzville, because we have right now about 375 storage units. Some of the materials we've used that we would also be using in this development are things like a brick facade on the anything that's facing the highway area. We're using ornamental fencing, really nice ornamental fencing, a nice gate. We'll have a security system, cameras. and down lighting to make sure that people that come in at night are able to access their units and feel safe there. So those are all very important things that we want to make sure that we have for our customers. Our normal business operations are typically from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We do have a kiosk, so if somebody wants to come in after hours, they can basically use our kiosk to rent a unit, to buy a lock, and so forth. Think of a kiosk like an ATM machine that you might go to a bank and pull cash out after hours. This allows you to actually rent a storage unit after hours and makes it that hassle-free convenience for our customers. We also rent U-Haul trucks, which is a nice add-on that people have as part of renting a unit. Obviously, needing to move their stuff into their storage unit, renting a U-Haul truck is a good add-on that we provide as well. We rent locks, boxes, moving supplies, as other items that are necessary. We do have security cameras throughout our facility that monitor 24/7. So that if an event comes up and somebody feels like somebody tampered with their goods, we're able to go back and help them to look to see if there's anybody that was unauthorized in a storage unit. Our customers have the ability to kind of use a keypad to punch in and punch out, and they feel comfortable coming in at night. Our gate hours are from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. And for the most part, most people are comfortable with that, and any access after that can most of the time invite trouble. So we kind of limit those hours in the evening hours. Self-storage, some of the benefits to the community that some people might not normally recognize. It's a quiet business. We'll have people come to our current facility, and it might be 8 to 10 people on any particular day. Obviously, Saturdays are big moving days when people are moving in or moving out, or typically at the end of the month, the beginning of the month. But it really is a quiet business, and you don't have a whole lot of traffic that's going on there. It doesn't really impact utilities or schools. It provides good tax revenues for the municipality. And as I mentioned before, it really is needed for the community. One of the statistics out of the Self-Storage Association is that 1 in 10 persons now rent self-storage. And if you were to take every single person in a particular area, every person would demand 7 square feet of self-storage. So it's becoming more and more something that's common to have a little extra space or an extra garage, if you will, to put your stuff in. We did a feasibility study because obviously it makes sense before you find a site to determine if the need and the demand is there. One of the things that we found out in doing a feasibility study was that this area that we selected as a proposed site, if you look at the yellow section there on the right-hand column, the total current demand says that there's a demand right now that's unmet of 159,500 square feet of self-storage. So certainly a lot of square feet that's not available. And we're recommending as part of this proposal that we would add 50,000 square feet. So there's still a fairly significant unmet demand. And down below there, it says total future demand of 178,500 square feet. So this area obviously will be growing in the future with some of the home developments that will be going on. So the demand will only become greater as more rooftops come into the area. So certainly an area of demand beyond what the supply is in the area. We're recommending for 56 parking spaces. Those are going to be in the far back and not going to be seen from the road at all. And those parking spaces are going to be just for extra boats and RVs. A lot of times we're finding that some people will not only rent a self-storage unit, but they'll also have a trailer or something that they like to use on the weekends. So it's a nice complementary service to have that for. We'll have a 1,200 square foot office that people can come into during those normal business hours too. So that adds to the total square footage, 51,200 square feet.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. So just to spend a little bit of time with the site and the surrounding property, the site is shown there on Highway N with the star. It is currently zoned agricultural. And then you can see to the east are various commercial zone properties which have commercial uses on them at this time. There's also a conditional use permit to the southeast of us on one of the agricultural lots, which is for a telecommunications facility. The master plan, as Ms. Marr described, does call for us to be a low-density residential. However, we're right next to the activity center, which is called to be commercial. And the activity center is supposed to serve the commercial needs of those within a 2-mile radius. And the commercial needs that exist in this area truly are storage because of what Tim talked about. And that need is only going to intensify because of the development activity that's going to happen around this property. Currently, across the street is the sports barn. They've sent a letter in support. So a little bit of commercial development, but there'll be more at Hopewell and at N that will develop. We believe this does meet the master plan's desire to have uses that support the commercial needs of those around us. And what I'm showing you on the screen now is the proposed development that Lombardo Homes is planning for the property immediately to the west of us. And you can see that that is pretty dense housing. They're proposing 180 apartment units, 108 attached villas, which are immediately south of us, and then single-family homes of 106 units that are not shown on that screen. So what you see on that screen are the apartments immediately to the west, and then you see the villas immediately to the south. Now, one of the things that we were able to achieve with this development is to combine our entrances, which is a good thing, because we're able to share our entrance under this plan with Lombardo. We've moved our entrance over, so it harmonizes with their development, and then they meet into a roundabout and circulate through in their development. So what we'd be looking at our project would be apartments on the west and then villas on the south. That would be our adjoining neighbor as anticipated by Lombardo Homes. And they do have this property under contract and they will be proceeding with development. Why are they going to be able to develop densely? Because of the character of the infrastructure that is changing this area. Duckett Creek Sanitary District is going forward with their sanitary sewer plant. It's up on Highway N. That's going to open this whole area up to much more intense residential development. Highway N itself is going to be expanded. As you'll see later in this presentation, we were requested not simply to set aside an additional 10 or 15 feet of set-aside space for an expansion of Highway N. We're set back 150 feet from Highway N, 125 feet of reserved area, another 25 feet of frontage setback. And why is that? It's because Highway N is going to be a major corridor for this county. Currently, it can handle 7,800 cars. Currently, the traffic on Highway N is around 7,800 cars a day. It has capacity for much more, but they're going to expand that capacity even more significantly because this will be a major arterial road. And we believe in those circumstances, low-density residential isn't going to work real well there because people aren't going to want to have a large lot next to what's a major thoroughfare. Think Highway 94 or something along those lines. So we believe that what we're doing here does harmonize with the planned development around us, and it works well with it. And let me give you another concept that illustrates why this does work. I'm showing you now Cotterville Trails. This is an approved project in the city of Cotterville. It's a master planned community. And if you look at that community, you'll see there are different sizes of lots that are colored with different colors, designating the different size. And you'll see the green lots, which are some of their medium-sized lots in that development. And immediately to the northwest of those lots is storage. The brown building is a storage building, for self-storage. And then the parking area that you see in front of that is outdoor storage, again, for RVs and for boats. And what's recognized by the developer in Cuddleville Trails, and is recognized by those home builders who have reserved lots in the development, is that this use is needed for that kind of residential development, because it is a complement in terms of what's going on. So the question is, how do you do it to make it work, so that the traffic works, and so the appearance works, and so that, you know, you're being a good neighbor to the residential development around them. So in our case, what we've proposed on our site plan is to provide 4 buildings. As Tim said, it'll be a gated entrance. We're sharing our entrance with Lombardo, which reduces the number of curb cuts onto Highway N, which is a good thing in terms of reducing the amount of opportunity for traffic conflicts. We also, as you can see, moved our development to the west side. I think when you looked at the initial staff report, it said we were on the east side of our 9.5 acre tract. We moved it over to the west so that we would be adjoining the Lombardo development and working with them and what they're planning as part of the development. You can also see that our open area for boat and RV storage is in the interior in the back. It is totally screened from the highway, so it's not going to be visible. We also have provided for security in terms of cameras, as Tim said, and some lighting. We have 2 light standards. I saw some of the letters in opposition. They're concerned about lighting and glare. That can't happen. First of all, the county has an ordinance which requires any lighting to be downcast. We can't project beyond the boundaries of our property. But furthermore, we only have 2 light standards on this property, and both of them are in the corner of the outdoor self-storage lot. Any other lighting is wall-mounted, sconces on the building. So we're not going to have tall, light fixtures that are shining lights and becoming some kind of beacon in that regard as part of this development. Again, as I mentioned, we are accommodating the request that was made to further set back this project so that the Highway N development can happen. So we've pulled our development back to provide 150 feet behind the current right-of-way line of Highway N to allow that future development. The project itself is going to have a high architectural finish. We have stone Nichia panels and smooth gray Nichia panels, and then earth tone Nichia panels, which is as our exterior cladding on this building. And then we have a black metal roof as the roof of the building. So I saw some comments that said the building will be an eyesore. I don't think that building is an eyesore. It is a finished architectural unit, but if there's something about the building that people think is an eyesore, we're certainly open to looking at that and seeing what we can do to address it. But we've tried to do something that we think is permanent and that presents a good finish. And we're doing that also because we know we have Lombardo Homes as our neighbor, and we don't want to do something that's going to detract from their project. Our landscape plan does take into account what's around us. We're leaving all of our perimeter trees on our, not disturbing any of those. We are also planting additional trees around our site, particularly on the west and south boundary. And then our northern boundary in front of the building, we're also providing landscaping. We're required under the county's landscaping formulas to have 493 credits of landscaping. There's a certain formula that you have to follow. We're providing 750 credits. It's almost twice the amount of landscaping that would be required. And the type of landscaping that we're proposing is landscaping that will enhance the appearance of this project. The majority is a mix of arborvitae, the Thuya occidentalis, and then red maples, the red rocket maple. And so you get a nice contrast of color and a good contrast in the fall in particular. And then we have some honey locust as well, it has a nice yellow fall color. And then understory landscaping in front of the building, that includes featherweed grass and liriope. So we're trying to give this a finish that will be a nice appearance for the business and a nice appearance to Highway N. As for the conditional use permit, there are some criteria that we do have to meet. Our operation of the business should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. We believe that we meet this criteria because we believe the current demand for storage is needed. Our feasibility study tells us that. And we also know the anticipated growth is going to increase the intensity of the need for that storage. It also avoids remote storage and transport, where people are driving their boats and RVs a long distance in order to be able to store them. And as this commission is probably aware, the county has an ordinance that prohibits RVs from being in a subdivision for more than 48 hours. They have to get them out of there, or they're going to get ticketed. Typical covenants and conditions in a residential subdivision also will have restrictions on that. And we'll say you can't have RVs, you can't have boats, no outside storage of that. And so these property owners have to go and find a place to put those vehicles. And the desire is to have it closer, not have them on the road. As I said, the hours are limited, as Tim indicated, and it is staffed with an office attendant during office hours, and there's controlled access with security cameras. So we think we meet that criteria that you would have a concern about just an unattended storage lot. We also have this storage lot, the storage facility is fenced, ornamental fencing in front, and then this coated chain link, black coated chain link around the side and back, and obviously the landscaping beyond that. The conditional use is not to be injurious to the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity. Again, we think we meet that criteria because we're complementary to what's planned for that area and working with Lombardo Homes, and also because we're limiting the entrances onto Highway N, which is desirable and helps with their development and our development. That is a good thing. The conditional use is also not to be injurious to the aesthetic and scenic values of the vicinity, and that's why we've provided the landscaping, double ML landscaping that'd be required. We do have a finished building with the niche panels I described and the finished black metal roof and the ornamental fencing. So we're doing something that aesthetically is going to be fit well and not look like perhaps a sea-level storage lot that's just chain link fencing in an open parking lot, which is not what we're doing. And the conditional use should not substantially diminish and impair property values within the neighboring area. Again, our use is complementary. Cotterville Trails tells you that. That's an approved development, that this works with residential development. And working with Lombardo Homes, they're telling us that we're complementary and that we're going to work with their development. So we aren't going to impede their development. We're going to help it occur by providing a needed use. And then lastly, the conditional use will not impede the normal and orderly development improvements surrounding property. So again, I've talked about the anticipated growth, and I've talked about the activity zone. We are right next to the activity zone, and as the staff indicated, that's somewhat of a fluid boundary. But what's important is that activity zone is supposed to meet the commercial needs of the surrounding area. And that's what we're doing with these facilities. We're providing for that need that we know is going to exist. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for letting us present all of that together.
Questions for the applicant?
I do have one. I understand why you melded the presentation together. That made sense. The east part to the east is also, though, we're looking at zoning that commercial too at the same time.
Correct.
Are we anticipating like a phase 2 of the same type of development, or what are we looking at on the, is it, I guess that's basically, is it a phase 2 of this, or what are you
That
anticipating?
would be a reasonable expectation. But, we believe the demand is there, but, we don't know that for a fact.
Right.
So what we're doing is starting the west, and then we'd have to come back to the commission for approval and
Understood.
if and when that time were to occur.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
I've got a couple questions. The U-Haul trucks for rent, where will they be staged at?
So the U-Haul trucks, typically, we would want to park a few outside in our front lot there. What we currently do with our existing facility is we'll pull them to the back. So if we have, typically at the most, we might have 5 trucks on our lot. We would put maybe 3 to the back and kind of stage them in the back. 2 would be up front just for immediate pickup, is how we would think about that.
And who will serve utilities for this area? Water, sewer, electric?
Duckett Creek will supply the sanitary sewer, and Public Water District Number 2 is supplying the water. We only need septic for our office, so we're able to supply our sanitary needs with that. But the growth area, this is a Duckett Creek area, ultimately.
And what's the status of the Lombardo project? Has it gone through all of the necessary approvals?
No, it has not. They have the property under contract, and they're going through their development and planning, and we were aware of that they had a contract and interest in this property, so we approached them and said, how can we work with you cooperatively? I would anticipate that they will, if they don't develop in the county, then they would annex into O'Fallon. Wentzville has not annexed south of Highway N. It is actually closer to O'Fallon than it is to Wentzville. So I know there was a letter in your packet from Wentzville, but they're not going to be the folks serving this area. More likely than not is O'Fallon.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
And I'm assuming that for the motorhomes, boats, trailers, everything that are on the property, you won't be allowing oil changes, battery changes, working on the vehicles, that type of thing?
Correct. One of the things that we require is that they provide proof of registration, ownership, and insurance. So those are things. And then, like you mentioned, you can't be fixing things on our lot. It's really just for storage.
Did have one other question. What will be the surface of the area?
So we're proposing a flat cement surface throughout.
Okay.
Currently, the boat and RV parking in the back would be gravel, like a crushed rock. And the reason why we're not just cementing that as well is because if demand is what we expect, we would go ahead and just put pads down for more storage where that would be, and the boat and RV would go away.
Gotcha.
So that would be a future request.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you, sirs.
Thank you.
We will now open the public hearing for application RZ 21-04, which is a rezoning request located on East Highway N. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Anyone wishing to speak? Come forward. Okay, you together, or we'll do you one at a time?
Brother and sister.
Okay. We'll do it together. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Kevin Post, 1065 East Highway N, Wentzville, Missouri.
Okay. Yep.
Diana Post, 1065 East Highway N,
Okay.
Wentzville, Missouri.
Go ahead.
Yes, we believe that this is going to devalue all the property owners in the area. It's going to hurt our values. And there is already 3 to 4 RV and boat storage within a mile or 2 of this site. And of course, we have a traffic problem there. You know, we have a high school down the street and got young kids driving up and down that road. Traffic is kind of horrendous. The sports barn also adds to the traffic problems. But he has a pamphlet with his site on it that's up at Wentzville, and it's kind of the back lot is a kind of a trashy looking site. We don't really prefer to have something like that in our area.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am?
I, again, just the opposition from the landowners in the area, the homeowners in Dove Meadows, speaks volumes, I think. Again, I concur with what he said, that, we are landowners, and our concerns, a lot of our concerns is the traffic from the high school. There's a lot, and there's a lot of accidents as well. So that is a big concern.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding application RZ 21-04? Anyone? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come back. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I just had one. When you said that it's closer to O'Fallon and Winsville, so were you saying that to negate the letter from Winsville saying that you all would have to annex in to the Winsville?
That's correct. We don't. And I actually have in my presentation at the back, I have a map I could get to if you want to see it. I thought, well, that's interesting. I hadn't seen the letter until this afternoon, so I thought, well, I think I know what's going on there. So I looked up on the county's map where the boundaries of O'Fallon and Winsville were, and O'Fallon comes down and over. And it's, I think there's a development called Amberley, I believe it's in O'Fallon, and that'll provide contiguity to bring that in. And also, there's the Preston Woods development that's down there off of Highway N. That's in O'Fallon as well.
Yeah, the Winsville letter only basically said that if you want to use Winsville water, you have to be in Winsville.
Right, but
So-
when he made that statement, I was just curious if he was questioning that they wouldn't even need to do that because Winsville isn't involved and.
Well, I was, which is why I wanted to address it,
that's what I was
because I was
asking.
surprised at the letter, and I thought, well, I don't think this is what's happening, but I'm going to address it.
Right.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I do have one.
You go first. I'm picking you.
Sure. I'm a little confused about how you have the Lombardo Homes development kind of bundled with this. That's the first that I've seen this. I don't know if it's come before this commission before. So I guess I'm a little confused as to how far along they are in the process, if that particular development conforms with the current zoning, or if you're going to have to ask for a conditional use permit on that as well, or a rezoning request, and, basically how likely is it that that's actually going to go in? Because it seems to be a pretty integral part of your presentation, and so if it isn't going to happen, that may not.
Correct. I would tell you, having talked to the president of Lombardo Homes, and Doug is also here, he's land development, I would tell you it's highly likely that it's going to go in. I mean, they have the property under contract. They have gone forward with their development and site plans. It obviously will have to be rezoned because everything there is zoned agricultural. But everything they're doing, like all of the other builders in this, they're all acquiring tracts in that area. They know Duckett Creek Sanitary Plant's going to be coming online, and they're, taking advantage of that now. So that's why, we thought it important, because I knew about that activity, to reach out to them and say, look, I know you're making this investment. Can we work with you? We don't want to do something that's going to hurt your investment. It would be a legitimate question of the Planning and Zoning Commission to say, well, it's zoned, the master plan says low-density residential. Is that really going to happen, or something different going to happen? And are you going to be complementary or detrimental? I mean, that's one of the conditional use criteria. And so that's why we looked into that, because we wanted to be able to show you that, yes, we will be complementary to their plans.
So would they be looking to bring that into St. Charles County, or are they looking to bring that development into one of the municipalities, Wentzville or O'Fallon?
That is something they'd have to address. If they had to go into a municipality, I would anticipate they would go into O'Fallon, because that's who they can have contiguity with. So it'd either be St. Charles County or O'Fallon, but that's ultimately a decision that they would have to make.
Yeah, so right now that land is in the county?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is.
And this is,
Mr. Malstrom.
So, addressing one of the comments that we heard from the public comments, and this is a question that I also had, was in the market analysis that was conducted, which I think you had as part of your presentation, there is one unit that's within the 3 mile primary market area, and then there's 6 facilities within the secondary market. So, I guess, can you help explain? The presentation says there's 159,000 square feet that is necessary, but I'm guessing with that many storage facilities within a 4 mile radius, I guess how are you estimating that adding another one is going to fulfill that need or is necessary?
What that study does is already anticipate those uses that are there. And the facilities that are in existence, for the most part, are C-level facilities. They're your gravel parking lot, not attended. It's just a different class of folk who are going to that. This is an attended facility, and there obviously a lot more services provided with it. So in terms of the need it supplies, it really is a different niche, if you will, in the storage world. But what that feasibility study concluded was that even with those facilities there is this need presently. And they weren't even projecting what I know is going to happen around us with these other developments. I mean, I can rattle off the names of the subdivisions that already exist there. I have a hand in a lot of them. So there's a lot, and there's going to be more. And she didn't even take that into account. Does that answer your question?
It does, yep.
These other facilities, are they totally outdoor storage, or is it indoor storage?
So some of the other storage facilities, the 8 you referenced, are smaller. They might have 100 units. I can think of a couple that have boat and RV parking as well. And so some of them have a mixture of both.
Ms. Barr, you still have a question?
no, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions for the applicant? Hearing no one? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll bring this back to the commission for consideration. Anyone have any questions for staff?
I wanted to mention, please, the role of the master plan in this consideration. The master plan was last prepared in 2019. That actually, we decided at the beginning of the master plan process that we would not do a major overhaul of the master plan until after the 2020 census results were released. So we purposely decided to not do a major overhaul. Actually, what's interesting is the same thing was in 2013. Didn't do a major overhaul then because of the state of the economy. It was decided that the recommendations were delayed X number of years because of the recession. And so what we have is the master plan's future land use plan reflects pretty much the thinking in 2008. And so in 2008, the thinking was that at these arterial intersections, we would have a mixed-use commercial activity centers, and which is a star. So you may want to note that the recommendations of the master plan are not just the colored, the color layers, but also these stars, and that star is conceptually up to 200,000 square feet of gross floor plan to serve the neighborhoods around it. But I would say that that is not a precise number. We've seen how dynamic the market has been recently after Duckett Creek has revealed that they plan to build a new sewage treatment plant just south of here. Very quickly, we've seen developments, conceptual developments at that, but yes, developments that are going on in this area. And you'll see where the conceptual plan is for apartments to the west and the south. The master plan did not even take that into account because they weren't able to conceive of it at that time. So I would say that our recommendation was based on the master plan, but I have to say that the master plan was conceptual and based on the thinking of the time of 2008.
Any questions for staff? I have one question. Do you, by chance, at your fingertips, have some of the standard conditions that we generally impose on storage facilities?
Well, right now, we're under the rezoning portion of
Well,
it.
well, that's right.
But when we
Yeah,
get
that's
to-
right. I'm ahead of myself. Okay.
Well, I guess my comment is that I do anticipate that with the widening of Highway N, the additional development that's going on there, that the demand for commercial in this area will be strong, and although it's not current with the current plan, I think that commercial C2 makes sense on this. That's my comment.
Any other comments? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve application RZ 20-04. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Second?
The motion, Mr. Cleary makes the second. Ms. Sally, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
And I vote yes. And that application passes. Back to the agenda. Okay, the next item on our agenda is conditional use permit request, East Highway Inn. The application number is CUP 21-05. The property owner applicant is Highway Inn Properties LLC. Current zoning is A Agricultural District. Requested zoning is C2 General Commercial District. Conditional use request is self-storage in mini warehouses and automobile, boat, truck, and recreational vehicle storage. Parcel size is 5 acres of a 10-acre parcel. Locations on the south side of Highway Inn, approximately 1,800 feet west of Duello Road, near the cities of Lake St. Louis, O'Fallon, and Wentzville. This is located in Council District 2. Staff.
All right, I'm not sure there's too much more I can tell you about this concept plan. What I would reiterate is that when the site plan, if this is approved, when the site plan does come in, we will be asking for the reservation of the right-of-way. It was also mentioned that there will not be a separate entrance, which they will be sharing the entrance with the proposed apartments next door to the west of the property. Staff would ask, though, if this is recommended for approval, that the following conditions be added. That a site plan conforming substantially with this concept plan be submitted and approved prior to occupancy. The second condition is that a type 2 landscape buffer be required. Condition 3, all trees shown on the site plan currently shall be maintained, and if any die, they be replaced. And number 4, no hazardous material may be stored on the site. On the previous rezoning and also on this conditional use application, I also want to mention, as has been mentioned, there was one comment letter from the city of Wentzville, 6 letters in opposition, and 1 letter of support.
And it does include the condition of all vehicles must be maintained in operable condition. Yes, that's on Mr. Denoff's suggestion, even though he's not here this evening. Any questions for staff?
I guess since the way it was explained, that it's going to be tied into the development adjacent to the west. But should this, since that's theoretical, although probably a good chance it's going to happen, should we assume and approach this as if independent of that knowledge, and that the actual conditional use is, as it is, non-contingent upon the other development? Did I explain that?
Yeah.
I actually understood.
I think what you're seeing is this entrance is on this parcel, and that will be the location. Is there anything else that you can add, Robert?
I was just going to add that. Can you hear me? I was going to add that you bring up a very good point, which is timing. This will not be utilizing sewers. The sewage treatment plant is going to take several years to build. They have to extend trunk lines. The actual development of that is contemplated. Realistically, it's going to take several years for that to occur, but they're going to want to move forward sooner than that, presumably. So what they could do is, presumably, they're going to have a driveway to Highway N, and then at some point, when this development occurs to the west, should it occur, which I believe it will, then the driveway would be reconfigured to extend to this new street, extend to the new street. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Robert, since we're going to cover up approximately half of this 10 acres with concrete and rooftops, where will we address potential runoff, stormwater?
They'll have to address it somewhere on this 10 acres.
It's right down here.
They're showing on the south?
Yeah, southeast side there.
Okay.
I can't get the,
Is that a retention pond?
We can ask them when we have them come up here.
Yeah,
Okay. We'll ask when they come up.
okay.
Yes, sir.
So, Robert, as far as that, with that other development not coming in, and there's gonna be a connection off that, then would they have to build a stub out to where that connection is, and you're gonna require up to up to county standards on that? Or is that just gonna be, I'm just looking at the future build out into that 50-foot wide right-of-way easement, what that looks like before.
I'm conceiving of it as a commercial driveway leading out to, their own commercial driveway leading out to Highway N for an interim period, and that would be replaced eventually with what they're thinking of as a public street. Should that development never occur to the west, by chance, they'd still have a commercial driveway out to Highway N.
Okay.
And I would add that we've all really had to scramble because the plans have been so dynamic for Highway N. What we thought would be an acceptable setback, we learned later that they're looking or needing actually more than that. And so very recently, the applicants were able to incorporate in their plans the latest plans of the County Road Board and MoDOT for the widening of Highway N. They're thinking they're needing 150 feet wide right-of-way at this location.
Well, and I guess the other question is, staff evaluated the location of this because it's pretty close to where that new right-of-way is going to be needed, it looks like, on this. I could see potentially some stacking issues if you're trying to get larger vehicles getting into the site. So I didn't know if that's something that's going to be looked at beyond the conditional use permit process when staff's reviewing the site plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought of the same thing. It may or may not be acceptable to have their driveway at that exact location on the public street. They may have to adjust it somewhat. But I think that's something that could be worked out through the site plan process.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Okay, I'll need to swear you in again. It's a new application. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brad Goss, 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis, Missouri, 63105.
Tim Kankey, 1030 South Point Prairie, Wentzville, 63385.
Okay?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, in the interest of time, I would request that my prior presentation be reincorporated as if given in full here,
That
so
will
you don't
be
have to listen to it again.
Matter of record?
Thank you. We did listen to the staff comments. The type 2 landscaping that's required by the code, we provided that in the concept plan that you saw. And we had a meeting with Robert, excuse me, a couple of days ago, and saw that we would need that, so we've added that to the concept plan. And to your question as to the entrance, we do come back with a site plan. That's part of the conditional use permit process, and so we're gonna have to flesh out those details. But clearly, what we will be doing is providing for the necessary easement for Lombardo, so they'll be able to get out, and looking at that entrance in much more detail at the site plan stage and see whether just, do we do what Robert's suggesting with the drive, or do we simply put in that, stub street at that time? We'll look at that and see what makes the most sense. And I'm sure it's MoDOT's jurisdiction. They've never been shy in letting one know what one should do. So I would expect they'll give us good guidance in that regard. The other conditions that I heard, obviously, we're going to comply with them. We have no issue with them. I'm happy answering other questions.
What about the water?
Excuse me?
Stormwater.
Stormwater.
We have
runoff?
detention provided already on the site plan. I don't have it up there, but it's at the rear of the property, and we've designed and sized that detention basin to accommodate the entire 9.5 acres should it develop. So it'll be sized for that initially. And that does have to meet all the county requirements in terms of holding back and also water quality.
Any other questions, the applicants? Not, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now open the public hearing for conditional use permit request 21-05 located on East Highway N. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this application? Anyone wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission for consideration. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP 21-05 with the conditions proposed by staff. Is there a motion? Motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Hollander. Mr. Clary made the second. Ms. Faber, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Baer?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Barr, rather, I'm sorry. And I vote yes, it passes. Okay. Agenda. The next item on our agenda is a rezoning request on Hepperman Road, application number RZ 21-05. The property owner applicant is Willen Romaz Perez and Maria Ramirez. Current zoning is A agricultural district, 5-acre minimum lot size. Requested zoning is RR single-family residential district, 3-acre minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends low-density residential uses, 1 to 4 units per acre. Parcel size is 6 acres. Location is on the east side of Hepperman Road, approximately 415 feet south of Highway N, near the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 2. Staff.
As you stated, this is a 6-acre tract. It's located within the city of Wentzville's sanitary service area, but public sewers are presently unavailable for this tract. And under the master plan, it recommends low-density residential land uses, 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. But given the fact that its sanitary sewer service is not in the area, we feel that the requested zoning district is in conformance with the master plan, and so county staff is recommending for approval.
Any questions of staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicants to come forward. The applicant here. Oh, there they are. There.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirmatively tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record. You can put your hand down. Oh, there you go.
This is 2110, yeah, my name is William Ramos, my wife is Maria Ramos, and he's my neighbor, Dina.
David Dorn's my name.
Okay.
The address is 2110 Hepperman Road, Wentzville, 63385. It's behind that. They don't have an address right now because it's agriculture. And what I try to do is just rezoning, making two pieces lots. Future, maybe I build my house all the way in the back and try, one of my kids can build a house there too. So we just try rezoning in two pieces.
Questions for the applicant?
So you basically just want to build 2 homes on the 6 acres is basically what you're wanting to do?
Yeah, it's all just residential.
And utilities to the site will be what?
Probably be, I can go to the District 2 for the water and electric, it's there, or septic. I can go septic, have to go with septic for sure. And
Right.
water I can get for District 2.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? You have anything, sir?
No, I'm just his neighbor, and I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now open the public hearing for application RZ 21-05, rezoning request on Hepperman Road. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Bring this back to the commission. Any questions, comments, concerns? Chair will entertain a motion to approve application RZ 21-05. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Holler made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Cornwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
I vote yes. Application passes. Okay. Next item on our agenda is rezoning request at 2 Woodland Park Road, application number RZ 21-06. Property owner is Eileen E. Gibson. Applicant is Diane Gibson Bumma and Carl Bumma. Current zoning is A agricultural district with floodway and floodway fringe overlay districts. Requested zoning is RF riverfront district with floodway and floodway fringe overlay districts. The 2030 master plan recommends parks and open spaces and agricultural uses. Parcel size is 58.51 acres. Its location is west of Highway V at the terminus of Woodland Park Road, adjacent to the Mississippi River. This is located in Council District 1. Staff.
You may remember, I have discussed several parcels along the river that are asking for rezoning to riverfront. This one is zoned agricultural. You can see that there is a conditional use permit currently on the property. You may also be aware that they suffered a major fire last season, and they will have to be rebuilding 2 of their buildings at this time. They're also looking to add some amenities to the marina. And each time they would do any of these projects, including the rebuilding or adding any amenities that they're thinking of, they would have to come back each time for a conditional use permit. So what we have been recommending to these marinas is to ask for the riverfront zoning so that any of these issues can be taken care of by a site plan and review by staff. Technical issues will be addressed, stormwater runoff, any issues such as that. So staff is recommending approval of this rezoning.
Questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Carl Bumba. My address is 377 Woolsey Road, Steelville, Missouri.
Okay, go ahead.
But I work up here in St. Charles. Was there more I needed?
No, go ahead with your
Do you want a little description of what's going on?
Please.
Yeah. Well, we're just have a lot of rebuilding from the fire. I don't know if you guys had seen, it was kind of a dramatic fire out at the marina in the fall, and we lost our rack storage facility and the office and our service department and a temporary trailer that we had there since the flood of 2019. So, we had just finished rebuilding, I think, all the code from the flood, and it was just done. We had handicap accessible bathrooms. It was all set, all done, just getting going, and then this fire occurred, and it just spread throughout the whole thing. So we lost a lot of our property, structures, the buildings. And so that's just a question of what for the insurance, should we reinvest? It was a substantial loss, and we wanted to. My mother is the owner. Alan Gibson, you said was the owner, she had passed away. That's my grandmother, about 2 years ago. So my mother is the owner. And that was the decision, really, is do you do a fire sale at that point? It was really a major fire, and just kind of take the insurance money and run, or really rebuild and reinvest in it. And that's kind of what we're hoping to do. And we wanted to have something for the boaters are very patient, many more like overinsured, so I understand why they're pretty positive, but for the most part, they're very supportive. But we wanted to have something to show from this season, so we're really trying hard to get in place what we had before, a small restaurant, a grill restaurant, and an in-ground pool. By state is committed to that by the 4th of July, and then Tiger Docks will put courtesy docks in, and then we'd have next to the restaurant a bathroom and showers and utility room. So we were hoping to get that in place for this year, just to have something to show for it, because the rebuilding of the whole facility, it'll be a full year for that. And that wouldn't include, will not include probably not include a rack storage, partly because of the codes, a lot because of insurance, fire suppression. It's just, the costs are so great. We had 150 boats in there, 4 levels up, and to bring that all up to code and to have sufficient insurance for that is just, it would take us, 100 years to see a return on that investment. But what we can do is put in a new and used boat showroom. That's kind of what I'm gearing toward, and embedding the office, elevated, of course, within that, and then having the service department. So that's something that's very feasible and a little more modest. So I'm hoping with the savings with me as the GC on those projects and making it a little bit more modest is shifting some of the money from the insurance we got to this development of the restaurant pool and courtesy docks. In the past, we had a restaurant out there. My grandfather brought down from Joliet a barge, and we had a big dining hall and kind of a dance area and everything, and a pool on the barge. But that has been, there's been a long progression of sort of decline in the marina, since the '93 flood. And so my efforts are to kind of bring that back. And so the restaurant that was there before has been gone for 15, 20 years, and we're going to try to get a smaller version on the ground in a relatively high area, but still on the ground. And the building next to that would be a small block building that had bathrooms, showers, and a second level, so that any equipment, restaurant equipment, could just be put up at the higher level, an overhead door. So that's sort of a rough idea of kind of the building plans, but it's, schedule's very tight for this, for the 4th. It may not, and, any chink in the armor, it may not happen, but we're kind of going to go for it. That's.
Any questions for the applicant?
So would part of that improvement be to maintain the streets that are coming into it? I believe
Yeah,
comment
well-
that was, that the streets were on there, and it would seem with boats coming in and out, that's pretty.
Yeah, so the thing, yeah, it would probably be, the club would be, for the sake of, I think, permitting and definitely for insurance, it would be a membership club. I mean, it wouldn't be exclusively for boaters within the marina, it could be outside, but they would have to have some kind of membership to Woodland Yacht Club. It would be a small fee, and importantly, they would sign something, because I've learned quite a bit over this last year about liability insurance, and that's quite important, so that there is some protection from our exposure to risk from a pool and whatever. So there would be a membership there. Going into the harbor, we still would have the gates at which we have, but there would be presumably people coming from the river, that's why we'll have courtesy docks, and that have a card or whatever. We haven't really figured out how to do this membership thing for people outside the marina. It'll probably be a card. And likewise, coming in from the road, from like Blaze Station Road to Blacktop, we have the road that's called Phillips Drive that goes all the way out. That's our road that goes all the way out to the Blacktop. And so that would necessarily need to be improved. I mean, right now it's rough, there's potholes and things.
Right.
But I'd like to chip and seal that if we, as things, because that's a direct drive right into the marina.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sir, how long have you been affiliated with this marina?
Well, I was painting docks, cutting grass for my grandpa in the 70s, since the 70s. My grandfather's had since 59.
Okay.
And so I've been off and on. So at 82, I went on to college and did other things, came back in 2000, at each flood usually. I got pulled back for a year or so to help rebuild. And then I've been back for 6.5 years.
Okay.
So I had the 15 and 16 flood, and now in the 2019, I call them 3 floods really. And now this fire, so it's been sort of damage control.
Well, the reason that I asked, one of the letters that was sent in alleged that P. Roger Ellis has a vessel at Marina located on this property. Have you ever met me before tonight? Me?
You? No,
No.
I don't think so.
And for the record, I do not own a boat.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they got their information,
Yeah.
but it says I have a vessel at this marina, but I've never owned a boat in my life.
Nah.
I came ready to question you about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why we weren't invited.
Yeah.
You'd find a lot, if you did have a boat, you'd probably appreciate all the rumors that spread around. On the river, there's drinking and there's free time and,
I own a golf cart, not a boat.
oh, okay.
So, any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
We will now open the public hearing for application number RZ 21-06. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application?
Hello, my name's Rick
Oh,
Phillips.
hold on. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Rick Phillips, 904 Kingston Terrace, St. Charles.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
Back in 1954, they had a contract to where anybody that lives or has property around that area can, if they're adjoined to the property, and I have 35 acres on the end of the property, that I would have access to the river access. So is that still going to be true, that we have river access going through that property if he fences it all off?
Wouldn't know, would have to see what legal documentation you have, but it
want
wouldn't
me
be,
to
that
submit
wouldn't
it?
be our question to answer.
Well, you have to give them permission to put up a fence and to make it private, but if we have access to it since
That-
1954,
That would be a civil matter. Okay.
so you're going to grant him, you're going to go away from...
We haven't done
the-
anything yet.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Rick?
Yeah.
Do you have a deed that says you have access to it, or?
I have this paperwork.
And is there something filed that says you guys have access, or is it just a written thing to you personally?
No, this is for everybody in that subdivision, the contract that was written when they allowed them to build a subdivision there and have all the different
To all
plots.
the homeowners around there?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll ask him.
And is that recorded?
Yes, it's all on the back page here where it was recorded and, what was the date? April 13th, 1954.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Barry Hausner, 133 Phillip Drive, St. Charles, Missouri,
Go ahead.
63301. So my house is actually at 133. It's at the corner where the street comes through. Our mailbox is actually on his property. I've maintained this road for 16 years, and he's going to try putting a road through there, is what I'm thinking. And I'm trying to get him not to put a road through there. I don't know if,
I don't think that's what he said he's gonna do.
he said Phillip Drive.
On which one are you saying?
On
He's got a current
133.
road. He's got a current road, right?
No, he's got a road on the other side of Phillip Drive.
Oh, okay. We'll ask him now when he gets up here. Okay.
So you're saying he wants to build, you're thinking he wants to build a road on your property?
The road used to go through there a long time ago, and it's not been in use for many years.
Okay. Does he have a easement or right of way or something?
I would imagine that I have an easement to come through on just a little corner of Phillip.
So it's his property, and there was a road there at one point.
No, his property is right on the other side of the road of Phillip. If you look at the map,
Can you put the map up?
see, Phillip Drive originally went down and around to my house, the gray roof. Usually, it used to go around and then go through. That road hasn't been in use. He's trying to come through the far road and come through.
Is it on his property?
No, not with this other map that you guys sent out.
So how could he build a road on somebody else's property?
That's where, if you blow up and you pull up his property lines, can you do that?
Okay.
See, it shows Phillip Drive used to go straight through here and go around and go through. He's gonna try putting a road down my road and add straight where his property line is, where that boat's sitting
So it's
at.
outside of his property line.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see,
I don't see how he can do
yeah,
that.
he can't do that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure.
Unless there's an
Unless there's an
easement.
easement.
Yeah,
Unless there's an easement of
easement.
record, he can only build a road on his own property.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
But he may have an easement. Do you know?
I do not know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll call you back up.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing for RZ 21-06 and ask the applicant to come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have to do this?
You don't have to do that
Yeah,
again?
just to address those comments.
Yes.
First, Rick's comment. we've got no plans of fencing out or changing anything with fencing or excluding residents. I mean, any more than what we had before. We have gates, we have 3 gates, and so the people in Woodland Marina do not, at least they're not supposed to, freely come in and out of the marina, and that has been, I believe, since '59 that way. So back in when my grandfather purchased it in '59, he had a house there in Woodland Marina. Back in, I think it was originally like a planned community. It wasn't a works project, but a private planned community in the late '30s, early '40s, and they dug out the marina and built a neighborhood in there. And my understanding is with each house, my grandfather's like with their house, everyone had a spot at the marina for a dock. They didn't get a slip, or they didn't actually have it. A dock didn't come with it, but a space at the marina came where they could build their own dock. So there were, and you can go back to and see all this with aerial photos. That's a good way of documenting it. That's great. But everyone had different kind of docks there. And my grandfather had a dock there and a house where it's still, I think the county just bought it, I heard, for $28,000. Their house, that was Little John's house, and that's where my grandparents were. And in '59, he changed business from having Standard Auto Body on Page, and he bought the whole marina at that point in 1959. And that's when it really became a private entity. So I think that we just have to consult go through the deeds and see how that's written. But since then, it has been private it has not been open for, the people in the community. And then he moved after the '73 flood, they moved out to Mammal Hills, and others have moved in that house. So they don't live there. I went there as a kid to that house, but we don't go there anymore. As far as the community using the facility, I thought this was an opportunity because it's kind of a perennial problem where people in the neighborhood come and use the facility often after hours, but they come, and then the boat owners that are paying dockage, and they've concerned about security and losing things from their dock boxes and off their boats. I always hear about it when the people in the community come with their four-wheelers and fish, and I try to balance that, and it's a challenge.
So the question is, are you aware that there was an easement or access?
I was talking about the first Rick Phillips.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused. I don't hear.
There's no easement. His property is, I don't know, I mean, his property is outside our marina. So it would be, so if you pull up the map, maybe you could see where, I think Rick could see.
Yeah, but I don't think that's really what he's talking about. He's talking about having access to it because of a
deed that he had from way back when.
If he has a lot, so the question is, if you had a deed if you have a lot that used to come with a space at the marina in the harbor, that's the question. If he can go back and find out that my grandfather didn't do his homework or whatever in '59, and those people that have lots in the marina might technically still have some kind of legal right to having some space at the marina. That's conceivable. I'm very doubtful, but that is conceivable. Now, Rick, I don't know if Rick has a lot. He's a property owner that has an adjacent property that's not in the harbor, not on the outside. It's outside the harbor. It's outside. It includes a slough next to the harbor, but that's on the other side. There's no access to our harbor from his property unless he has a lot.
So George.
Sir.
George.
Carl.
So just so you know, it's not for us to decide what to do
Yeah.
about that. You're going to have some legal questions that you're going to have to address. When this
Sure.
gets approved or not, you still have those questions. You need to find that out.
Yeah.
And you need to address it with your neighbors. So it's
Yeah.
not for us to decide that.
Yeah.
It's good to know. It's
I
good for
didn't
you to
know.
know.
I didn't know.
So you need to
This
find
is the
out.
first I heard about this issue. So
You
yeah,
need to go
I'll
find
look
out
into
what's
for
filed
sure.
on that.
But what I was saying is for the other people, as far as access, I'm hoping that a membership will allow them
Yeah, we
to
understand that.
come into the harbor and be able to use, and there's a gate code and everything, and be able to come in and use the facility if they, through this membership thing, that should not be expensive.
Okay.
Okay,
Now,
what
the
about-
next question was the road.
Yeah, that is an odd one. I don't really, so I think he's concerned that I have no plans to build a road or any, except the Phillips Drive. I said improving the one that's up farther up. So I have no, that big road there that goes all the way out to Blacktop, that needs to be improved because there are a lot of potholes there. That's all our road going back. This extension, what happened here, this range by his house is at some point in time, someone that's all county road. That's my understanding. That's the original road, and somebody put a berm up so you couldn't drive through it because they didn't want, and so people have been driving through our rack storage parking lot. This is the rack storage parking lot right here. And so people routinely drive through here and then take Phillips Road and this is actually private property. I mean, this is our rack storage parking lot, it should be for paying guests. So so in theory, we could put a sign that says private property, and thereby we wouldn't allow people that aren't members or have some membership to drive through our parking lot. I don't have plans for that now, but that's in theory. But this is, from my understanding, the original county road, and it goes around from F, I think that's F, to Phillips Drive and ends, and that's the extent of the county road. So at some point, someone put a berm on the county road, so you can't drive through it, and now they drive through our parking lot, so.
Robert?
Can I add, please? This is a zoning map amendment request, and so the roads and access have no bearing on whether zoning is riverfront district or whether it's agricultural district. Those are all issues you have to work out regardless of the zoning district. So right now, we're just talking about a zoning map amendment.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
We will bring RZ 21-06 back to the commission for consideration. Any questions, comments, concerns, questions for staff?
Yeah, this kind of zoning is exactly, why the ordinance was passed a number of years ago. This is at least the third or fourth one that we've had probably in the last 14 or 15 months, so I don't see any problem at all with this.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve RZ 21-06. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I think that was Mr. Fromm made the motion. Second. Mr. Cornwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
And Mr. Clary?
Yes.
And I vote yes, application passes. Agenda, okay. Next item on our agenda is rezoning request 2949 Westmire Road. Application number is RZ 21-07. Property owner applicant is Thomas W. DeBray and Roberta A. DeBray. Current zoning is A, agricultural district, 5-acre minimum lot size. Requested zoning is RR, single-family residential district, 3-acre minimum lot size. The 2030 master plans recommends low-density residential uses, 1 to 4 units per acre. Parcel size is 31.02 acres. The location is on the west side of Dunkey Road, approximately 4,000 feet north of West Myers Road, near the cities of Wentzville and Forestell, located in Council District 1. Staff.
All right, as you noticed from the address, 2949 West Meyer, that's actually this property right here. It's accessed from West Meyer Road down below. I want to show you the PowerPoint presentation. Basically, what this applicant is wanting to do is take approximately 11 acres out of his larger parcel addressed as 2949 West Meyer and combine it with property that he owns, that they own to the east that's off of Doinky Road. The master plan for this area does call for, I guess, does call for it to be low-density residential, 1 to 4 units per acre. Again, there is no sewer presently at this location, so the applicant is asking for the RR district, which is a 3-acre minimum, and that can support septic systems, individual wastewater treatment systems. So staff does recommend approval. Typically, if the area is developed, it would be required to be platted, but there is no plat at this time. So staff does recommend approval of this rezoning application.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do, sir.
Please
Yes.
state your name and address for the record.
Thomas Dubray, and address is 2949 West Meyer, Forestell, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate the board taking our request. What we're hoping to do is to divide the property into the eastern portion of it from where the house is heading east into 6 parcels, 3-acre parcels or a little more, and then where the house is to break 1 parcel off of it, which would end up being 7. I will say that last year, I sold a piece off of the northeast corner of the mentioned tract. It was a 5-acre parcel. And the gentleman since then has approached me, wishing to buy an additional anywhere from 1 to 5 acres, whatever he would have to have, so that he could either subdivide his into 3 acres and have a place for his son to build a home also. That's evolved in probably the last 30 days. He approached me and talked to me about that. In addition, I learned last year, while marketing the 5 acres, that I had several clients come and they either they couldn't afford the whole 5 acres, they wanted something smaller, or else a large portion of that is in grass and they didn't want to cut that much grass. If it doesn't get approved, one of the lots may end up being almost 7 acres. And with restrictions for animals and things, as far as something's going to have to give, as far as I'm either going to have to let maybe some horses there or something, and I kind of don't want to have that. Some people get a little put off by the stable and what might occur. So I'd prefer it to go to 3 acres. It'll make it possible a little easier to market, but allow people from the various subdivisions, Stonemore and a couple others that have contacted me, to have something that they can step up a bit and not have to spend the rest of their life maintaining. So I appreciate it.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We will now open the public hearing for application number RZ 21-07. Request for rezoning from A agricultural to RR single-family residential district located at 2949 West Meyer Road. Anyone here wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
James Cuellar, 343 Dinky Road in Forestell.
Okay, go ahead,
Thanks.
James.
Thanks. I've lived in the middle of the mile-long Dinky Road that we're talking about there. It's, I've got 5 acres of heavy woods between Dead Man's Curve and the Blind T intersection onto Meyer Road. And I say myself, I guess I'm Forestell and Winsville's family doctor. I have the largest practice in western St. Charles County, and I'm so fortunate to be living on 5 acres of agricultural zone A where I do. It was my dream to build a custom house in the middle of 5 acres of heavy woods. And it's my little resort. It's quiet and peaceful, and it's got my little fishing pond and my owls and my turkeys, and it's what I go to every day. And I'm 65. I'm likely going to retire there, and it's a wonderful place. Maybe I'm a little selfish, but I built my house on Dinky Road because it's so damn quiet. The traffic is so sparse, and it needs to be because of Dead Man's Curve on one end and the blind intersection on the other. You shouldn't rezone this for that reason alone, you know. It's an old paved country road originally leading to Dinky's pig farm. That was been a long time ago. And everyone out there has chosen to live there because of the wildlife and how quiet it is. You can't rezone DeBray's property without ruining the things that we all love about living out there along Dinky Road. Rezoning DeBray's property will result in higher traffic volume than an already dangerous road, increased noise, trash, and people tramping through certainly my property because I have the most wooded area as he implied to. It's so nice there. I just wish we'd leave it like it is. When Meyer Road, which is hopefully one day gets 4-lane to whether all the way to W. Well, I think certainly at that point you should reconsider it, you know, but certainly not now. I have one more thing that came up, and there's a patient who owns the 20 acres directly behind me, which is Dean Martin, and he's lived his whole life there, and since he was born. And he said it was okay if I relate some private things about him. I know it's a little odd here. He wanted to be here, but I couldn't get his wheelchair and his oxygen tank here, or he would be here. He's to get him here this evening. I'm his physician. He's got dead kidneys and fibrotic lungs, and as I said, he's on dialysis on O2 24/7. His whole life has been living along Dinky Road. His whole life was there, and now he lives within a 5-foot zone in his house. He can't go beyond on 2 feet this, 2 feet that, without his oxygen levels dropping to nothing. And so I still make house calls, you know, and he told me to give you something to read that he wrote for me last night, and it's very simple here. It's just like, it says, I, Dean Martin, am not for changing a 5-acre minimum lot size to a 3-acre minimum size. The reason is my concerns are the overusage of the land and the damage it would do to the environmental structure of the area. Dean Martin, and I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding application RZ 21-07? Dressed up.
Hi.
Evening.
Good evening.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. First of all, you know, some of you were in the room. There were about 30 people when we went through the comprehensive plan. And basically that dividing line is Highway N. Everything north of Highway N is in the urban core. And so going from 5 acres to 3 acres, in my opinion, going in the southwest corner of the county, that's where the 5 acres belongs, according to our new comprehensive plan that just was passed last year by the county council. I believe that the applicant, that this would be responsible growth to go to the 3 acres. Staff's recommendation is to go ahead and approve this application. And I would also like you to approve this application. It's the growing area, the western part of the county. It has public water Public utilities, the only thing it is lacking is the sewer. But eventually Duckett Creek will get there, or Public Water District Number 2 is now offering sewer services in certain parts of St. Charles County. So for those reasons, in my opinion, this is responsible growth. This is north of the dividing line of Missouri Highway N, and I would ask that the commission approve this recommendation to the full county council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding RZ 21-07? Anyone? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Ask the applicant to come back.
There is one item, although I was surprised about the first gentleman, but anyway, there is one item that this past gentleman said that's incorrect. He mentioned there were no sewers in the area. I own the property from there to Highway W. There are sewers available through the city of Forestdale and through the Public Water District over there. If things like this are not allowed, I'm sorry to say, and I'm not pressuring you to do what you want. The other option I have, and I have people who have approached me to buy it for a subdivision, tract homes. I don't think they want to see that. And I wouldn't either. That's all.
Any questions for the applicant?
No, we don't have your actual plat that you're going to be going. How many lots are you planning on putting there?
It would be a total of 7 of them. There's
7.
6 of them on the eastern
Okay.
20 acres. And then the house is sitting on 11 acres, and we'd probably break off 1 lot for that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. We'll bring application RZ 21-07 back to the commission for consideration. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's come before the council quite a bit recently is the idea that 5-acre lots, at least, appear to be really, quite neat, except for they're very expensive. Okay, once you purchase 5-acre lot plus your home, you're really getting into, a huge amount of money. So we see an awful lot of the idea of going from 5 acres to 3 acres, which I think is, pretty much common sense. And again, when I look at the master plan, and for those people that live out there, the master plan recommends a low density, which means that they could come in and put in a regular tract subdivision, and I don't think anyone would really want that out there. So I think this is a pretty, a pretty reasonable request when it comes to, that particular area of the county.
I also, theoretically, it's 31 acres, and if we're talking 5 acres, theoretically, they could put 6 houses in there, and he's saying 7. I don't see that it's a whole lot of difference there in terms of traffic and things such as that.
Any other questions, comments? Chair will entertain a motion to approve application RZ 21-07. Is there a motion? Ms. Sally made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Mr. Hollander. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Application passes. Agenda. Okay, make sure yep. The next item on our agenda is conditional use permit located at 4052 Towers Road. The application number is CUP 21-07. The applicant developer is Stephen Goer of Pinnacle Land Development LLC. Property owner is John A. Ostman and Dorothy W. Ostman Revocable Living Trust. The property zoning is R1E Single Family Residential District. Conditional use request is housing units in the R1E district with a minimum lot width of 60 feet and minimum side yards of 6 feet in width pursuant to section 405.090.C.6 of ordinances of St. Charles County, Missouri. The parcel size is 62.8 acres. The location is on the north side of Towers Road across from Jacobs Crossing Drive, located in Council District 7. Staff.
We have two related items on tonight's agenda. First, the conditional use permit, as you've stated, and then second, right after this, we have a preliminary plat. And so those two items are related. This is not a rezoning request. The existing zoning for the property is R1E, single-family residential district. So by right, residential subdivision could be built as long as it meets the technical requirements of the county's subdivision regulations. But in this case, they're asking for discretionary approvals to have, plat some lots that are narrower than the normal 70-foot wide minimum, and to allow some side yard setbacks, and rather than the minimum 7 feet to be 6 feet. You'll remember that at the March 17th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, this body approved a preliminary plat for this same property that was similar to this, and also recommended against conditional use permit for narrower lots and reduced side yard setbacks. Since that time, the applicants have withdrawn both of those applications and resubmitted. So both of those applications that you heard before, those are both withdrawn and they've started over again. What they're proposing tonight is similar. I would characterize it as before, except that they're requesting fewer lots that are narrower than the 70 feet and fewer lots that have reduced side yard setbacks. And so they're proposing 71 of the 188 lots be narrower, and also to have reduced side yard setbacks. As a conditional use permit, we always look at the 4 conditional use permit criteria. So we ask ourselves, would this conditional use permit be detrimental to or endanger public health, safety, or the general welfare? Would it injure the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity? Would the conditional use injure the aesthetic and or scenic values of the vicinity? Would the conditional use substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood? Or would the conditional use impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties? And in summary, there's more detail in our written staff report. In summary, county staff does not find that it would violate, so to speak, any of those criteria. And so with that regard, we're recommending for approval of the conditional use permit request with the concept plan that's attached as part of one of the exhibits. We would recommend approval with one condition, and that is the preliminary plat and final plat shall substantially conform with the concept plan that's attached. The concept plan being, in this case, the proposed plat.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant to come forward. Good evening, Drew. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Drew Weber with Hamilton Weber Law Firm. Address is 200 North 3rd Street, St. Charles, 63301.
Go ahead.
All right. This is, as staff indicated, this is an application for a conditional use permit at 4052 Towers Road. A similar application was before you last month, but for those who weren't here last month, I'll go over some of the relevant background. So this is the property that we're talking about. It is along Towers Road in Council District 7. It is the last large undeveloped parcel along Towers Road. You can see it's surrounded on all sides by single-family homes, except to the north. There's a school. That big yellow block to the north or to the top up there is Cosley Elementary School. And then again, all the surrounding area is zoned R1E. Those are single-family subdivisions. We're not proposing a rezoning here. The county code allows a conditional use permit in the R1E zoning district for a few different things. For reducing the lot size to 6,000 square feet, which we are not requesting. For reducing the side yard setbacks from 7 feet to 6 feet, which we are requesting. And reducing the lot widths from 70 feet to 60 feet, which we are requesting for some of the lots on the property. I see some residents here, and there were some comments submitted. A lot of those comments talked about water and water connections, stormwater, street connections. A lot of that stuff is appropriate in the preliminary plat phase. I can briefly touch on that when discussing the layout, but a lot of that will be discussed at that point. So here is the proposed layout for the subdivision. It's similar in style to the prior layout with some important differences. You can see we've proposed the same entrance along Towers Road as recommended by the county code. Entrances are supposed to be across the road from other subdivision entrances, so that's what we've proposed. There is a dual lane or kind of boulevard entrance with the landscape median into the subdivision. About halfway up, there's a cul-de-sac, and you'll see on the west or the left side of the screen is a parking area and a large lake. There is an existing lake or farmer's pond on the property, and that will need to be drained. Unfortunately, it won't comply with modern water quality standards, so that'll need to be drained. And then there will be 3 separate wet detention basins on the property. The surface area and volume of which exceeds what we actually need for drainage for the subdivision. But you can see the largest one is there on the west side, and that's meant to be a recreation area. And in fact, a lot of the common ground, which is the green areas on there, the light green, and then a lot of the existing trees, which is the dark green, are on the perimeter of the property. And that is a way to buffer this subdivision from any impacts on the neighboring subdivisions, and to preserve, to some extent, the views that the neighbors in the existing subdivisions enjoy, and to actually, again, provide amenity and recreation areas for residents of this subdivision. Now, some of the important differences in design is previously on the right side or the east side, that farthest right or east road that runs north to south, it went most of the boundary of the property. And so that resulted in a lot of the lots that were 73 to 7,500 square feet being just in a line on the eastern side of the property. And so there were comments at the last meeting that, well, that's a wall of homes, it won't be visually appealing to the residents on the east side. So what we've instead incorporated now are 2 different loops, basically. So that does a few things. For one, that adds more corner lots, right? So that breaks up the view of a wall of homes or a bunch of homes in a row. And that increases the average size of the lots on that side of the property as well. So in just plain English, here's the basics of the subdivision. It's a 62.8 acre property, 188 homes, which comes out to about 3 homes per acre. There's common ground is 8.68 acres. As I mentioned, there's 3 separate lakes, walking trails. I forgot to mention there was a walking trail along that big lake, and then sidewalks through the whole subdivision, and then a walking trail that will connect to the school, to Cosley Elementary School on the north. Again, the minimum lot size allowed in R1E is 7,000 square feet, and all of our lots will exceed that. The minimum lot size proposed is 7,221 square feet. The maximum lot size, you see I got 2 numbers here, so technically the Osmond family is keeping an existing home on the property that they have excluded from this subdivision, and so that's 27,000 square feet. That'll continue to front on Towers Road. It's an existing home. But for the new homes, the largest lot will be about 18,500 square feet, and the average lot size will be close to 10,000 square feet. So how does this compare to the prior plan? Well, the number of homes has decreased. And the common ground area has slightly increased from 8.56 to 8.68 acres. Notably, the average lot size has increased, and that's due to a change in lot widths. We have eliminated all the 64 feet wide lots and replaced those with 70-foot wide lots. So you can see that changes the lot sizes. The prior plan had 95, so about half the lots being 7,000 to 8,000 square feet. Now we have less than a third being that size. The prior plan had a sixth of the lots between 8,000 to 10,000 square feet, and now over a third are in that range. And then in fact, a majority or the highest number of lot sizes will be above 10,000 square feet under the new plan. There's the same amount of 60-foot wide lots as before, so 71 out of 188. But all these 64-foot wide lots have been eliminated and replaced with 70-foot wide lots. So there's 66 70-foot wide lots, and then 50 82-foot wide lots. And then again, to get to 188, you add on the existing Osmond home that's staying. The common ground, I want to talk about that in a minute because that is a feature and an amenity in this subdivision that makes it attractive and that's different from some of the other subdivisions in the area. So this is a large parcel of property, so perhaps it's naturally just going to have more common ground than some of the surrounding subdivisions. But as a percentage, it also has more common ground than any of the adjacent subdivisions. None of them have as much as 14% of the property being common ground. And in fact, the entire southern boundary of the property is a 20-foot wide common ground buffer. There will be no house on the northern boundary line that is adjacent to another house. Over 2/3 of the western boundary line is common ground, and about a sixth of the eastern boundary line is common ground. And then about another equivalent area is existing tree stands that are staying. And then again, there's 3 ponds or water features with an amenity area, and no adjacent subdivision provides those amenities. There's 3 builders, and we went through all these elevations last time, and so I won't belabor the point, but there's 3 builders in this subdivision. The first is McBride with the 60-foot lots. You see there'll be an average sale price of, $400,000. I went too far. $400,000 with a square footage between 1,200 and 4,000 square feet, and a mix of ranch style and 2-story homes. And then Consort Homes has the 70-foot wide lots. Average sale price is anticipated to be $500,000 in square footage between 1,800 and 3,500 square feet. And again, there will be a mix of ranch homes and 1.5 and 2-story homes as well. And there are dozens and dozens of elevations. I did not put them all on here, and we'll just go through these quickly. And lastly, the 82-foot wide lots are Fisher and Frichtel with an average sale price of $630,000. Square footage would be between 2,000 and 4,000 square feet. And again, ranch-style homes, as well as 1.5-story and 2-story homes, and 3-car garages on those lots. So some of the comments that we heard at the last meeting and some of the written comments talked about the impact on the schools, which is understandable because, again, there's an elementary school directly north of this property. So I showed this last time, but for those who weren't here, here's the historic enrollment data for Cosley Elementary School. I only found data back to 1991, and you can see there's been basically a steady decrease in enrollment since that time frame, which, if you're familiar with the area, makes sense. There were a lot of subdivisions built on Towers, Dingledine, Cox Hill in the 1980s, 1990s. And those kids obviously went to school at Cosley in the 90s and 2000s. But since the start of the millennium, there have not really been many new subdivisions in that area. Certainly not new large subdivisions. So the enrollment trend is clear, right? It's going down and would continue to go down with the aging of those subdivisions. So it is true that a new subdivision was proposed on Dingledine, and now this new subdivision, there'll be a total of slightly over 300 homes. There's certainly not going to be
hundreds and hundreds of kids exactly elementary school age at the same time. But there will be additional kids that will reverse the downward trend of enrollment in this school. It's a similar story for Bryan Middle School, which is a middle school that serves this area. There's been a steady decline in enrollment since 2005, which makes sense, right? Cosley peaked in the late 90s and early 2000s. Those kids get older, go to middle school, and that enrollment peaked in the mid-2000s and has been declining since then. And then just to complete it out, here's Francis Howell High School, which serves the area. Francis Howell, because high schools serve such a large area, the enrollment has been a bit more steady, a slight decrease in the last 6 or 7 years, but it's pretty steady. But I know during the last meeting there was some resident comments about, well, you can add a lot of students, but that'll impact the student-teacher ratios, which will be a detrimental impact on the school. So I went to the Department of Education and got the historic student-teacher ratios for these schools. And with the exception of the first year that these schools were open, so you can see Cosley had 18 students per teacher in 1991. And I didn't print every year here, but I did about every 10 years. It's been between 14 to 16 most years. Was 13 a couple years, 17 a couple other. And it's the same for Bryan Middle School. It's been 14 to 16 students per teacher most years, with a few outliers. So what does that tell us? Well, I mean, that tells us it doesn't matter as much how large or small the school is, right? The public school system hires more teachers if there's more students, and teachers are let go or maybe just resign through attrition when there's less students. But they've been very consistent on keeping that student-teacher ratio. And with new subdivisions in the area, right, comes with new property taxes to help pay for those new students at these schools. So I think it's clear the schools certainly can handle the capacity. Francis Howell School District has shown that it does a good job of keeping the student-teacher ratios in the same range for at least the past couple decades, and there's no reason to anticipate that would change. So now I want to do a comparison with some of the surrounding subdivisions, because what we heard from staff is that when you have a conditional use permit, the main questions really are how does the requested conditional use fit in with the area and impact the area. And again, the requested conditional use is a reduction in lot size for some of the lots and a reduction in the side yard setback. So do those two things negatively impact the surrounding areas? So if you start on the east side of the property, those are the oldest homes in the area. Those subdivisions were built in the 1960s in kind of a grid pattern. Those are larger lots, but smaller homes, which is more typical back in that time frame. And previously, again, on our plan, we had rows of a dozen or so houses lined up along that property line. But now that we've eliminated the north-south connection on that east property line, that's opened up the corner lots so that there's fewer homes with smaller lots that are directly abutting those subdivisions. And then on the northeast portion, that's adjacent to Cambridge Estates and Cambridge Crossing. Those subdivisions were built in the 1990s. And most of the northwest boundary is common ground, actually, but there are a few homes on the western side that abut Cambridge Crossing and Cambridge Estates. And so in Cambridge Crossing and Cambridge Estates, most of the lots are 9,000 to 12,000 square feet. Most of the houses are 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. And that's what we've proposed in that area. Most of the houses are 10,000 to 13,000 square feet in that corner of the development, and most of those houses will be 2,000 to 4,000. So there's no negative impact from well, in fact, none of the lots up in this corner will be less than 70 feet. So then if you go to the northwest, none of the lots in this portion of the property will be less than 70 feet wide. Again, a majority of the boundary on that portion of the property is common ground, but the lot sizes for the Dingledine Manor and Courtney Mills estate subdivisions are comparable to what we have on the northwest portion of the property. If If you go down to the middle western portion, that's the Horseshoe Creek Drive connection that some of the residents talked about in their written comments. The the homes in the Horseshoe Creek subdivision, they're 2,000 to 3,500 square feet on average, and the lots, again, on average, are 11 to 12,000 square feet. And again, that's similar to what we're proposing here. And these lots, again, on the boundary line, will be 70 feet wide. Then finally, in the southwest corner, that borders the Wellsmont subdivision. There was concern at the last meeting from some residents in Wellsmont that they felt like they would be looking at a wall of houses on this portion of the property. Well, if you add up the houses that touch actual boundary line, there's only one more home or lot on the on our side, on the reserve at Lakeview Farm side, than there is on Wellsmont. And so it's basically the same number of lots. And in fact, the reason that it isn't exactly the same is you can see the southwesternmost boundary is a vertical lot that actually fronts on Towers Road. So then the question is, well, I guess first question is where are the 60-foot wide lots? Well, those are primarily in the middle of the subdivision. And that's purposeful. That's to provide a transition and buffer between those smaller width lots and the larger width lots surrounding. But I know there was a question of, well, why even have the mix of lots? What's the purpose or what's the benefit of providing multiple products instead of just doing it all 70 feet? And the answer is variety. When you have large infill developments like this, the way to keep the development attractive and to fit in with the community is to have a variety of housing. And it makes sense. And there's several developments, and this one up here, Villages of Sanford Farm, I'll talk about. There's several developments in the past few years in the eastern part of the county that are filling in large tracts of land that are surrounded by subdivisions that were built out over a few decades. So subdivisions are built out over a few decades. There are obviously different style homes, different size lots. So having a village concept with different lot widths on those infill developments helps mimic that and helps there be less of a visual distinction between, oh, we have all these subdivisions that are different. Now we have 200 lots exactly the same width. So there's two examples that you can actually drive through and see what we're talking about. Sanford Farm, that's, for those of you who don't know, that's on West Clay, kind of near the border of St. Charles and St. Peters. If you know where the driving range is, it's right behind that driving range. And that's 125 acres, so that's a very large lot. Again, 3 builders in that subdivision. You can see here the relative percentage of lot widths that they have. They have 52, 62, 80, 88, and 90. And so that's what we're talking about here, right? A variety of homes to offer a variety of projects for these large infill subdivisions. And here's another one. It's not far from here, Villages of Provence. It's right by Blanchette Park. It's the old Emmaus Homes property. And it's mostly built out, so you could drive there after the meeting and see what we're talking about. They have 88 acres. You can see the lot widths here. The 38-foot lots are villas, but the rest are normal single-family homes. We have 50, 52, 64, 80. Two more examples that aren't built out are the Rouse development on Dingledine that was approved a couple months ago. As you may recall, that was a mix of 62-foot wide lots, 70-foot wide lots, and 80-foot wide lots. And actually, Mr. Goss, his presentation reminded me tonight, Cottleville Trails, we saw that was the same thing. They had 50, I think it was 52, 60, 64 or something, then 70s and 80s. And that's another large development that's kind of infilling at least a partially developed area. And these infill developments for these large undeveloped properties are necessary. We talked about this last time, but the county has been in a growth mode for a couple decades now and will continue to be. And there's a need for a significant amount of additional housing units. And in the eastern part of the county, there aren't a whole lot of large lots left. And tracts like this, and the Emmaus Home Tract and the Sanford Farm Tract, are filling the need for varied and new housing in those areas. So I want to reiterate that the question here really is, does the requested conditional use that some of the lots will be 60 feet wide, 71 out of 188, does that requested conditional use have a negative impact on the neighboring properties? I'm sure you'll hear people concerned about traffic and density, and those concerns would exist no matter how this property is developed. And we'll address those in preliminary plat stage, and we can talk about traffic mitigation measures. But ultimately, I don't think anyone's going to be able to show that the requested conditional use has a negative impact. But what I think we have shown is that the requested conditional use will offer a variety of products that's similar to other projects that have already under construction, that have been recently approved and will be under construction here shortly. And the reserve at Lakeview Farms, I mean, this will complement the surrounding subdivisions. With the exception of the older homes on the on the east, all the other subdivisions are comparable size, or will be adjacent to comparable size homes and lots. So we ask that you recommend approval to the county council, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for the applicant? I have one.
Okay.
So for the record, all of the 60-foot wide lots exceed 7,000 square feet.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And are in the middle of the property.
So most are in the middle. So there are some that are on the southeast corner or southeast portion of the property.
Down here.
But most are in the middle. None are in the north or the north middle.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We will now open the public hearing for conditional use permit 21-07. The location is 4052 Towers Road. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application, come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirming to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
I would remind everyone that if you have a concern about traffic, we will discuss that in the preliminary plat. All we're discussing now is the conditional use permit.
And when will that be discussed?
After we vote on
This part of it, then that's what I'll wait for,
Yeah,
because that's our major concern.
yeah.
Okay?
Okay, so this is just the conditional use permit, which says we would allow them to have a 60-foot wide lot and the side yards being 6 feet versus 7 feet. Anything dealing with traffic control and those associated issues, we will discuss in the preliminary plat, which is on the next thing on the agenda. Yeah, next thing on the agenda. Okay. Here we You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard Brooks, and I live at 4028 Emerald Drive.
Go ahead, Richard.
A famous quote describes doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result, as the definition of insanity. The requested minimum lot sizes and setbacks are the same that were denied last month, and yet this builder is hoping the commission will change their mind tonight and give a different result. They're again requesting 60-foot lot widths and 6-foot side yards. R1E requires 70-foot lot widths and 7-foot side yards. These are not arbitrary numbers. They're adapted from international building codes. St. Charles County Ordinance 410.480 talks about requesting these variants and states a variance can only be granted when the shape or size of the land would pose practical difficulties or hardship. The only suffering here would be the greed of the builder. We also heard about the effect this subdivision and last month's passing of Crater Farms subdivision will have on the surrounding schools. Everyone here should remember last month when we heard from a local resident who's an actual teacher at the nearby middle school. She painted a much different picture of the then versus now enrollment numbers, including recent layoffs amid an increase of students. The argument then was more houses would mean more money for the schools. However, I think it was determined that this would only be true if the zoning commission could also be in charge of the district's budget. I've attended all these meetings over the past 5 months because 2 different applications could potentially affect me. Last month, I was interrupted while speaking about traffic, but to me, it doesn't matter how they lay out the streets or where they connect because all the cars will eventually end up on Dingledine. Dingledine's 1,978 feet from the subdivision entrance compared to Calks Hill at 5,100. It also provides the most direct access to Highway 364. Last month, the county passed Bill 4933, which added 120 homes directly across from the street from my home. Based on 2 cars per household, this added 240 cars exiting onto Dingledine within 100 feet
Sir?
of my driveway.
Sir?
Tonight's application,
Traffic we'll discuss in the application for the preliminary plat.
here's a picture of the Walmart parking lot. It has a capacity of 625 spaces.
Sir?
Now imagine all
Sir?
those cars.
Sir?
I've been here the past few months saying the exact same things over and over. I've spoken on multiple applications where the builder wanted to bend the rules, and each time was expecting a different result.
Sir, this has
So
nothing
maybe
to
that
do
makes
with
me the
CUP.
insane one. But I can't just roll over every time the builder believes they need to follow the rules, and I hope this commission doesn't either.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding application CUP 21-07? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead. Oh, state your name and address for the record, please.
Vince Kunstman, 420 Wellsmont Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here again to voice opposition for the conditional use permit, specifically for this development. It's nice to see, obviously, the number of lots affected by this has been reduced to 71, but that's still 71 lots that are less than 70 foot wide, the current standard minimum for R1E residential. We're not just talking about a handful of lots that, you know, have an obstacle that need this conditional use. This property is a approximately 63 acre blank canvas for the developer. They're going to fill in and move a 4.5 acre lake. There's little to no obstacles that would cause this many lots to need a conditional use. It's purely a dollars and cents decision. In the staff analysis, they list the 5 questions that are criteria that they look at. 2 of those 5 questions are, would the conditional use injure the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted? And would the conditional use injure the aesthetic and or scenic values of the vicinity? I think myself and my neighbors that border the property, that answer is an overwhelming yes. So we would ask your consideration in denying this conditional use permit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this conditional use permit? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mike Green. I live at 568 Hitching Post Drive in St. Charles.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
And I just would like to have on record that I agree 100% with the gentleman right before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, for those people that came in after we had started, there is the white cards over there. Please fill out one of those so we get your name correct in our minutes. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding CUP 21-07? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dienoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. You know, we keep beating this horse, we keep beating the horse, we keep beating the horse. This is several months of going down the same path. You all know how I feel about this project. I think that it's too dense, and I ask you to vote this project down, the conditional use permit section of it. The developer wants a free pass. They want to deviate from our county codified code. That codified code is there for a reason. That's to protect property values, protect strong neighborhoods, and provide a viable county. If you open up this Pandora's box to this developer, this attorney that keeps coming month after month with new proposals, you will be opening up the door to every developer, because this commission and the county council cannot discriminate against future applicants and future home developers. So let's just throw out our county code and say the heck with it. Doesn't mean anything. Instead, I'm asking that you initiate some type of standards for our county and say a firm no. The 75-foot wide lot is there for a purpose. For you to deviate in this issue is just flat out wrong. The 7-foot side yard setback is there for a purpose. It's for safety, to make sure that there's no fires, the fires don't jump from house to house. For you to go to a 6-foot side yard setback is just unethically and immorally incorrect. This is a dense project. It's too dense. The applicant needs to come back with something that's more palatable, more efficient, and more agreeable. The bottom line for this applicant and their attorney is profits over the quality of life for the community and the adjoining subdivisions. Please, commissioners, please, I beg of you to send a clear message that our codified code needs to be upheld, and there will be no free passes given out. If you decide to grant these variances and offer a conditional use permit to the county council, you will open up the flood doors, the floodgates, to every developer wanting everything under the sun, and you might as well throw out our codified code. I implore and beg each and every one of you to dig deep in your soul and to vote no, and send a clear message that you will uphold our county codified code. It's there for a purpose, it's there for a reason, and I ask that you uphold our county code. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yep. My name is Callan Barker. I am at 4133 Hobnail Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead, sir.
So we've already seen from the last proceedings that they are willing to work and try to redo sizing for lot sizes. I think at this point in time, it's only fair. Ask them to come back again, follow the rules and regulations that everybody else has already put forth, and continue with following the standards.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Carl Klein, 4140 Hobnail, St. Charles 63304.
Go ahead, Carl.
Okay. About 21 years ago, my wife and I built in the Horseshoe Creek subdivision. Fast forward to several months ago, we decided that we're planning to put a swimming pool in our yard. After many meetings with, pool contractors, then we got to get drawings, then we've got to work on permits, then we've got to get approval from the HOA. The bottom line is there are a set of rules that we have to follow, and we do it for the safety and the unity of the entire neighborhood.
Okay. Stay just there a minute, sir.
Okay.
So I'm going to read from the Unified Development Ordinance for St. Charles County. Okay? They're not asking for a variance. Okay? So this is section 405.090. Okay? And it lays out the requirements for the RR, R1A, R1B, R1C, R1D, and R1E. Okay? Which is what this property is zoned as. Okay? And it goes through section B, goes through permissive uses, okay? Then section C, this is in the code as we said here tonight, okay? So under conditional uses, number 6, housing unit or units in the R1E district with a minimum dwelling size, living space of 800 square feet, a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet on lots 60 foot wide and side yards of 6 feet in width. We would not be ignoring the ordinances of this county as other people have stated. We'd be following the existing ordinances as they currently stand. So they're not asking for anything special. They're following the rules. Okay? I want everybody to understand that because some prior speakers have been misleading. Okay? What they're asking for is currently in the Unified Development Ordinance. This is nothing special. It's not a variance. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing for CUP 21-07 and ask the applicant to come back. I guess Arnie did all the reading ordinance.
I took some notes on some of the comments and questions that people had, and I'm happy to answer some of those. You hit the nail on the head, Mr. Chairman. We are just requesting a conditional use permit. And then to the extent that there's questions about procedure for residents out there, I mean, our next step is the preliminary plat, right? And then after that, we'll submit improvement plans and final plat. And so we're not asking for any special exceptions to those procedures. I mean, we're going to follow the normal subdivision development procedures. I think regarding density, I want to point out that this is within the future land use plan calls for this to be 1 to 4 units per acre for this property and actually all the surrounding properties. And so what we've proposed is about 3 units per acre. And that's in line with the surrounding subdivisions. Most of them, except for the older homes on the east, most of them are in the upper 2s or lower 3 units per acre. And so the reduction of some of the lots to 60 feet wide is not increasing the density beyond what's allowed. I mean, in fact, we're well within what's called for by the comprehensive plan. And the last thing, and I just kind of want to hammer on this, that we did listen to the concerns about people being adjacent to narrower lots. And so what we're asking for is basically half as many lots to be subject to the conditional use as was the first time. So instead of about 145 being less than 70, now we're asking for 71. And there hasn't been any evidence that I've heard tonight that that the conditional use requested, specifically that conditional use requested, will have a negative impact on the surrounding properties.
Any questions for the applicant?
If
See,
you-
go ahead.
If you had to, if you had to stay to the 70-foot and 7-foot, how would that impact, how many houses less would you build? I mean, what would be the overall impact?
Yeah, I mean,
Minimal,
You could put more houses.
well, what I'm saying is what you're changing now, if we said it has to be 70, has to be 7, those two rules, is that going to be 3 less homes, 30 less homes? What's the real impact to that?
So if those were changed, it would just be a new subdivision design, and I can't tell here. So switching the 64 width lots to 70, that was easy to incorporate into the general plan, right? But if neither conditional use is requested, then it's just a whole new design, and I can't, predict how many lots that would be.
Okay.
Yes.
Could I assume that if you had to have larger lot sizes and larger setbacks, that the homes would be of a higher price, and therefore we would have less affordable housing in the county?
Well, affordable housing is maybe a misnomer with material prices now.
Of course.
But
that these homes, the homes
Right.
would be more expensive than the ones you're currently planning on building.
Well, so recall that about a third of these homes are 82-foot wide lots, right? So those are wider than the 70. So what we're going for here is a mix. And again, there's a mix in the surrounding neighborhood and with those other infill developments. I mean, there's mixes within those subdivisions and around them. And when you just have these large infill tracts, and it's not like Wentzville where you got, miles of open whatever and you can fill in anything. Here, we're trying to match what's there, and what's there is a mix of different lot widths and lot sizes.
Yeah, according to staff analysis, the way they calculate it, at 7,000, if every lot was 7,000 square feet, you would have 264 homes on that property. And right now, they're proposing 188. So, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you,
All right,
sir.
thank you.
We'll now bring CUP 21-07 back to the commission for consideration. Questions, comments, concerns?
I think the revision has been a big improvement. I think that the reconfiguration of the streets, the lessening of the number of lots that are that were 60 feet is an improvement. I think the design is better, and I think it's a better development than was proposed last month.
Yeah, my comments are that, I agree with you, it's an improvement. I don't know if it's quite as big an improvement as I was hoping for, a month ago. But, again, if we look at the concept of 7,000 square foot lots, every one of these, certainly, even the 60-foot with 6, meet that requirement. I really think a lot of it gets down to, and again, I've had some thoughts about this since last month, is it really gets down to what buyers want. If people are willing to purchase $400,000 homes on 60-foot lots, then I think that's what the market should drive that. And if that's what they feel like they can sell, then I can see where they would be asking for this.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP 21-07. Is there a motion?
Motion.
He'll motion, I'll second.
Okay, so Mr. Hollander made the motion, Ms. Bamer made the second. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
And I vote yes. CUP passes. The next item on our agenda is a preliminary plat for the reserve at Lakeview Farms. Location is 4052 Towers Road. The application is PRE 21-09. The property owner is John H. Ostman and Dorothy W. Ostman Revocable Living Trust. The applicant developer is Steve Grauer of Pinnacle Land Development LLC. Engineer surveyors, the Sterling Company. Property zoning is R1E Single Family Residential District. The proposed lots of 188. The parcel size is 62.8 acres. Locations on the north side of Towers Road across from Jacobs Crossing Drive, located in Council District 7. Staff.
So much of this has been reviewed already. I'm just going to hit a few highlights I wanted to mention in terms of the plat itself. First, if the Planning and Zoning Commission were to approve this preliminary plat, since it's this body that would approve it, then the plat would be subject to county council approval of the related request for the conditional use permit. I would note that the plan meets the tree preservation requirements. Those will be met. There's been a lot of discussion at the previous meeting about traffic impacts, and you'll see that this plan, like the last one, has 3 points of access, 2 towards the northern part of the property. The one to the west would connect with Horseshoe Creek Drive. Horseshoe Creek Drive is a wider street, and from our staff's understanding, it was intended to carry through as a collector street and connect the carry traffic across this subdivision. However, the Tower Park Drive to the east, that was built as a narrower street. So that's really kind of foiled that idea of carrying a collector street through the entire subdivision. So instead, they'll be terminating that wider street, the Horseshoe Creek Drive, at a T intersection. So it'll split the traffic. Traffic will go north and traffic will go south. They are showing a wider or dual street coming into the property and then stopping at what you might call the roundabout. And that would be, so they would leave a gap between that wider street, Horseshoe Creek, and the cul-de-sac. The reason I mention that is you have had questions before, what's your jurisdiction in terms of traffic studies? If you wanted to require a traffic study be performed to indicate whether or not internal streets should be any wider than they're being proposed, you could do that. If you feel like that is warranted, you could require a traffic study, again, to show whether or not the streets within the subdivision are wide enough. In terms of traffic studies for surrounding streets and arterial roadways like Towers Road, that's something that the Highway Department would handle. They actually review whether or not traffic studies are warranted in terms of traffic lights and et cetera, and that's something that they would review. One last thing quickly, this is a technical need, but the lake that's there now, there's a dam, it's a pretty tall dam, that would be taken down, and the 2 other lakes that would be built would have dams that are constructed. So those approval to remove a dam and also to build 2 dams has to be approved by the county council technically. So we would propose that as part of the consideration at the county council for the conditional use permit, there will be a related bill to deal with whether or not the county council approves the dam removal and the dam building.
We don't have to approve that.
No. But I wanted to mention that.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Drew Weber with Hamilton Weber. Address is 200 North 3rd Street, St. Charles, 63301. And then I have a presentation, although I don't see it on here. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay. So, as staff mentioned, this is a preliminary plat application. Here's the same view that you saw earlier of the subdivision, and I'm going to stay on this for a while to discuss some of the traffic and other concerns that I know people have and that have been raised. So you can see, as staff said, there's 3 access points. And I know you commission members know this, but some of the audience members may not. So a lot of the determinations of where to connect to a road are determined by the code and by consultation with staff. And so determining where the property connects is not necessarily a money thing, it's just what works under the code provisions. So the county code and standards say a few things about connections to roads. One is that if you are connecting to a road and there is a street on the other side, then you should try and match up your connection to that road. Then 2, the county prefers that there not be 2 connections to a road within 300 feet. And so both of those considerations are important when talking about, well, why is there only 1 access point on Towers Road? So south of this property, so to the bottom, is Jacobs Crossing. And it's an existing subdivision, and it's approximately across from where one of the driveways to the farm is now. And so that's where the main entrance to this subdivision is, because the county code requires that you connect across an existing connection. And this property is approximately 1,350 to 1,400 feet wide. And so this connection is about 650 feet from the western boundary. So it's close to the middle, but not exactly. So you will notice, though, that almost exactly at the eastern and western boundary, there are connections on the other side, right? So if we're not going to connect directly across from those connections, which we can't because that would be outside our property, then we can't be within 300 feet of those. And there's a driveway, so you can see the green property on our map, but the bottom left corner, that's the one the Osmonds are retaining. They have their driveway on Towers Road, so we can't get too close to their driveway as well. So there isn't space or room really for 2 connections onto Towers. Then, when these surrounding subdivisions were built, they were built with stub streets for a reason, right? I mean, all this was farmland, and as these farm tracts were selling off, presumably whoever the staff members were at the time said, we anticipate future development on this tract, so please stub your street there. And that's why there's stubs and not cul-de-sacs. So whenever this property would be developed, it would connect to some of those stubs. I mean, which one would depend on, the proposal, but it's going to connect to those stubs, and that's why those street stubs are there. This is not a money grab, and I just want to be clear for the residents that this is what the code envisions. So we are certainly happy to do whatever traffic control measures the staff suggests or Planning and Zoning Commission suggests, stop signs, other signage, children at play. I mean, whatever, we'll do all of that. That's going to be, most subdivisions have that stuff anyways, and so we will totally agree to do those kind of things. And we've received comments and approvals from the various other political subdivisions, school district, fire district for the turnarounds and these connections. To the extent that they have any comments about, changing the roundings, obviously we're going to comply with all those. And I briefly mentioned this earlier, but to the extent that there's any concerns about children walking to school, there's going to be sidewalks in this subdivision and a path directly to Cosley Elementary. So the children will not just be walking down busy streets, they'll have sidewalks and a pathway directly to the school. So with those kind of overview comments, here's the actual preliminary plat. It's divided, we've divided into the southern and northern portions. There's multiple sewer and water connections, on multiple parts of the property. So we're going to connect to all of those, meet whatever the standards are for connecting with those various pipes and outflow areas. The again, there's 3 stormwater detention basins. Those, as you know, those are designed to measure the outflow of stormwater into the county's stormwater system. And so we will not be pushing stormwater off into neighboring properties. I mean, it's all going to be collected in these 3 lakes and then have a controlled discharge into the county's stormwater system. And here's the northern portion of the property. And this is stuff you've already seen, just now it's without color. But again, we've got you can see the dots up there for where the stormwater connections are in those detention basins. And then again, there's water and sewer and other connections up there. But there is one thing, I mentioned this last time, but I want to mention this again. There were concerns on one of the resident comments about water flow and water supply to this property. And it is true that in the recent years, there have been water pressure problems. I mean, I live nearby, I live off Cox Hill, we've had problems. One of the gentlemen the last time talked about sand in his drains from some backup. Well, I have it too. You can still see it in some of my toilet tanks in the bottom. But Missouri American Water Company, who, yes, I have represented, Missouri American Water Company is building a 2 million gallon water tank to serve this part of the county. And that's a huge tank. I mean, I know when you get into millions, you maybe don't know what's the difference between 2 million and 1 million, but 2 million is a huge tank. And the fire districts were some of the first people on board to say, yes, please build a new tank for water pressure. And Missouri American Water said, we anticipate certainly in the Cottleville area and then kind of in the Weldon Spring area and this area, there's going to be thousands of new homes. So in order to keep water pressure, Missouri American Water had to build a new tank. And so by the time any of these homes come online, that tank will be operable and will help alleviate those water issues. So we ask, again, that you approve this preliminary plat. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. If there are technical questions beyond my expertise, Skip Stone with Pinnacle Lane Development is here, and he may be able to answer those too.
Any questions for the applicant? Where's the new water tower going to be located?
Oh, man. Birdie, Knaust. Yeah, that's right, Knaust.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Knaust.
All right. Any questions for the applicant? If not?
All right.
Thank you, sir. We will now open the public hearing for preliminary plat for the reserve at Lakeview Farms, PRE 21-09. Anyone wishing to speak regarding the preliminary plat, come forward. Now's your time.
Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
John Spellman, 4264 Horseshoe Creek Drive, St. Charles.
Go ahead, John.
So I'm in the subdivision that is adjacent to this new development. I am a real estate professional in the St. Charles and St. Louis County area. I've lived in this neighborhood for 18 years now. At one point with the neighborhood, a few years after I had moved in, we had talked about putting gates in our community due to the fact of the traffic and that is caused by the stop sign at Cox Hill, Dingledine and Towers. We frequently have high mileage cars coming through and cutting that. And I don't know how many times I've thrown cans, a rake, at cars that continue to come down these streets. And I am your angry person in that subdivision because it is dangerous for the children in our subdivision. I've also noticed that with the increased traffic comes with this new development that I saw on the plot plan, most of those cars in that subdivision is going to be passing down that Horseshoe Creek Drive. And both of those drives that connect up in Horseshoe Creek are downhill. So that becomes a major thoroughfare. And there's nothing there to stop these people from doing this. And you're going to add 300 cars. And as a real estate professional, I didn't buy a house on a busy street. I'm sure most of you did not buy a house on a busy street with 600 people coming down that street on a daily basis. That does not help our property values, and it's deteriorating it. And the only reason that this is being done this way and plot planned, because I've sold development property to developers throughout the county, is the easiest way to do it is to connect up to an existing artery. That's the cheapest way to do it. So in that statement, it saves them money.
But sir, isn't Horseshoe Creek a public street?
It is a public street.
Thank you.
Is Whitmore?
No, it's private.
Who
Whitmore's-
does their streets?
We do it
Covers
ours-
their snow maintenance?
We do it ourselves. We pay for it. I pay every month and
The
once a year.
snow maintenance?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
$165 a month and $800 a year.
Turtle Creek?
Pardon?
Turtle Creek?
I'm not familiar with that. I
I've
live
got
in-
a number here. I don't know the Whitmore.
I live
These
there,
are
I
all
know.
subdivisions that have dips, speed bumps, everything else, and,
Whitmore's all private streets.
okay, you've made your point on Whitmore.
Yeah.
But is Napa Crest a private subdivision?
Don't know.
That's gated.
It would have to be private if it's gated.
Well, it connects up to the vineyards. So I've provided this, you can pass them out, you can look at them if you want. But these are all areas that are affected by traffic.
Yeah,
And that subdivisions have chosen to block new development.
But you can't block a public street.
I'm sorry, go ahead and look at those and tell me if those are not public. I'm just stating the facts. And I sell real estate throughout the city, the county, doesn't matter. You go into the city, those are city streets that are blocked with gates. They're not private streets. The city is maintaining those streets. And you can go throughout this county. Last time I heard that you couldn't put in speed bumps because of the snowplows. That's a farce. They're throughout St. Charles County. I'll drive you through numerous subdivisions. So is all I'm saying is that you're adding traffic to a subdivision that right now is contained as 75 homes. Quiet subdivision, we've existed. Now you're going to add 400 cars in front of my house. Would you want to buy my house? I'll sell it to you today. But after this goes in, you're not going to want to buy it. And the reason Whitmore put up, which I know because I also have friends, that put up the gate was to stop people from cutting through. True. And this is what you're forcing on us, is to become a cut-through. Dingledine Road is a very busy road. I am on that road every day trying to get out. Towers Road is increasing. And now you're going to throw that through our subdivision to get to Dingledine. That's unfair.
Was Horseshoe, the gentleman who presented before you, was Horseshoe Creek a stub road leading you to know when you bought the property before it was gonna probably built? I mean,
They said, when I moved into that subdivision, they said that farm was never going to sell. No, I agree with you.
Let the buyer beware.
But 2 years ago, the gentleman up there said the farm's never going to sell. Just because there's a stub road doesn't mean there's going to be development. What if that ended up being commercial? Would you run commercial business through our subdivision? Just because there's an end of a street doesn't make it that, sir, you can sit there and smile in your private Whitmore area. That's all well and great, but I'm talking about my property value. That you're throwing all these cars down my street. There's kids that play there every day. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have speed bumps. I will be the idiot throwing the can, rake, whatever I can at a car, because they're going to come down that street fast. And when somebody gets hurt, I'm going to come up here while you smile and say, that child got hurt because you didn't think about it.
Sir, I have a question.
Mhm.
So I do live on a busy street, and I have
Mhm.
6 children. So
Good.
I understand where you're coming from.
Was it busy when you bought there?
It was. We got
Okay.
a really good deal.
Mine wasn't.
So I guess my question for you is, we're obviously not the Department of Transportation here.
Sure.
I don't know all the rules as far as what streets can and
Neither
can't
do
do. But do you have a homeowners association?
We do.
I mean, is there any way that they can get together and put speed bumps on your street, or dips, or,
Well, those
or
are
some
St.
sort of
St.
stop,
Charles
stop
County-
signs, or?
St. Charles County maintains our streets.
I mean, that just seems like it would be an option that wouldn't necessarily preclude the street.
No, and I
connecting
agree.
to
That's
this
why I
neighborhood.
offered what I just handed out. The options that are available, you're asking to come through my subdivision. Well, enhance my
Sir,
subdivision.
speak to,
go
you
with
speak to
yours.
us.
Okay, enhance my subdivision to go with the new development. You're going to affect my subdivision. So if you want to do this, make your enhancements. Your front entrance will be beautiful. You got double everything. We don't. We're fortunate enough to live on a wide street, and that's why I bought where I did. But I also bought because it was a quiet street.
You also made a comment, you said that they were connecting to your street because it was the cheapest option.
It is.
Again, I'm not an expert on this, but the gentleman that was up here mentioned that there was something in the county code that was supposed to be connected straight across from other streets that were already existing. So it sounded like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but it
That's a
sounded like
wide
that was
pe-
possibly his only option?
No.
I don't know, I just wonder if you
That's
would
a
have a
wide piece of
suggestion
land.
as to another place that they could, because
Move
I
it
know they
down
have to have
farther.
2 connections.
Move it down further. You
But it
can
looks like
rearrange the development. That's not set in stone.
Are you
But
talking
there,
about moving-
there are backyards there. There's
Yeah,
no,
there's
where else
all
for him to
yards and
put it.
houses there.
No, I'm saying move their entrance down further from where the existing home is. On
Because they
Towers
have to
Road.
have 2, they have to have 2 entrances and exits.
Okay.
And so, as he was saying, you can't
I
actually put
guarantee you
2
there's
on towers.
300 feet in between those. Isn't that what he said, 300 feet in between entrances? I'm just saying.
That is what he said, yes.
So I meant there is 300 feet there, because I walk that street all the time.
I think he said it had to be 300 feet from another road, and there's a road coming from the other side of Towers.
Yes, which
on
they're
either
saying is
side.
adjacent, Jacob's Landing.
Right, there's one here right across from the entrance,
Right.
and then on either side, I noticed of the map, right on the edge of the property, there's one on the other side of the
Mm-hmm.
road too. So I don't know, I mean, I'm not an expert, but I don't know, that's what he's saying, is that it won't, that they won't
Right.
fit. You see on the map over here?
No,
There's a road on the left-hand side and then a driveway, and then we
Yes.
have that Jacobs crossing directly across from where he wanted to have the entrance. And then on the right-hand side, there's another road on the south side. And I think
Right.
what he's saying is there's no way to put 2 entrances without it being 300 feet from one of those roads.
That's untrue, because if you would run where that property line is right now, that is not a road. That's a fence. So you could definitely put one right where she's got her arrow, just a little ways down from that property, and then put
Well, there's a
another entrance
driveway
farther
there.
down. I know, that's why I'm saying farther away, because that's the existing home. There you go.
So what you're saying is there could be one in that middle green dot, and then there could be one right next to the existing home, in your
Exactly.
opinion? Okay, I mean, I don't know, but it
But I'm
seems
saying
like on
that
the
this
surface,
is
it looks like it's a possibility.
Working with the developers that I have in the past, they're going to lay out the best place and usability of a
Of course,
piece of property.
that's business.
And I agree
Right.
with them. But I'm saying, if you're going to do that and connect up to a private subdivision that is basically quiet, now you're going to send 400 cars down my street and not do a thing to change it when we have young children playing.
So
in
are
them.
you suggesting that the developers of the new subdivision come in and pay for speed bumps, dips, whatever in your
Whatever,
subdivision?
yes, because I don't want us to become a main thoroughfare.
I don't know, but they can.
So are you, go ahead.
Robert, would you explain the requirements around connecting to existing streets?
There's 2 different reviews any plat has to go through. One is through the county and the other is through the fire district. And so both the county and the fire district have adopted fire codes. Anytime a subdivision has more than, I think this fire district is more than 100 lots, then it must have more than one entrance. The only exception to that is if all the homes have sprinklers in it. So, for instance, a subdivision with more than 100 lots has to have two entrances. They like them to be as far apart as possible. So technically, the way I understand it, they could get away with two connection points rather than three, but in this case, they're proposing three, and that's to help to disperse the traffic. And to the northern points up the top, there's possibility of connecting to the southeast, some of those streets, Glenbrook subdivision, we looked at that, but those streets were platted and built so long ago that those streets are really what we would consider substandard today, and I don't even think they extend all the way to the property line technically either. So those would not be good places to connect. They really should connect in the back of the property.
Understand, but I meant, if you look at Cambridge Crossing, the other subdivisions in the area, there were two entrances. They could have easily connected up to numerous other subdivisions, Dingledine Manor, Courtney Mills, to us, that they didn't do that. But now with this new development, yes, it's right in the middle of all our subdivisions, but you're changing the landscape. I'm not against development. I sell real estate, and I've probably sold properties in every one of your neighborhoods. I'm not against the development, but I'm against 500 cars coming down my street. That was not that way last week.
So is your recommendation then just to cut off the entrance and exit from Keystone only?
Yes.
So
To Towers, not to Horseshoe Creek. Cut off the entrance.
So what would, and I understand that, but then what would happen if there was an accident or something blocking the entrance to the subdivision and there was a fire somewhere within the subdivision? If you don't.
You have to have two entrances, I
Okay, so-
understand that.
So you're
And they
okay with
can-
tower and what?
Huh?
You want to cut off the one at
The thing
Horseshoe?
is, going to the east side or whatever they're saying, that subdivision over there, that will never be used. I guarantee you, that will be a low-volume area because nobody's using Cox Hill for entrances or it's not a major thoroughfare as Dingledine is. Everybody takes Dingledine to Towers, or they're taking Dingledine to 364 because they're not going to go up to Harvester to get on 364. They're going to use Dingledine.
So are you suggesting that the two entrances be the one on Towers and then the one on the northeast, whereas the one on
If you
Horseshoe
need a
Creek
second
is just blocked off and that's not an
Yes.
entrance? Okay, so that's your
Or put
suggestion.
two in front, which there is space.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Anything
So
else?
You mentioned that you've sold subdivisions. Did they ever tie into surrounding subdivisions that were stubbed streets?
No, because most developers don't want to do that. They want to buy that's why a developer usually doesn't buy landlocked property. So they're going to buy property along main roads because they know they can hook up. And so this is what I'm considering almost a landlock. It's not wide enough in the front with them keeping the family home there. If that family home wasn't there, the property could develop with two entrances.
Okay.
With no problem and not affect a single neighborhood around it. But I mean, it's just perspective. I live there, and I know none of you guys would go out and say, I'm gonna get rid of my cul-de-sac home or my gated community and go live on a busy street that I know is coming tomorrow, not next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I guess I'm being cut off. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirmably tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Adam Basala, 4280 Horseshoe Creek Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304. So first of all, I am a trustee in Horseshoe Creek subdivision. And I can tell you that we do have quite a few neighbors here this evening because we took it upon ourselves to write a letter, which was also submitted. We also created a map to show how bad the traffic is going to be on Horseshoe Creek. I personally walked our neighborhood and spoke to about 50% of the neighbors, and then the other trustees and some other neighbors covered everyone else. I can tell you on behalf of the entire Horseshoe Creek, and I'm sure there'll be other people that speak, this is a major concern. I personally have 2 7-year-old twin boys. I live directly on Horseshoe Creek Drive. There are no stop signs in our neighborhood. There are no speed bumps. We've requested those things. We've been told no. Will this development potentially get us those things? Maybe. That's why we're here tonight, to be on record. We did do some research because we understand I'm a realist, right? I understand development. We're not against this development at all. But we did look up some ordinances. Section 410-310E states system streets designated for subdivisions must connect with streets already dedicated in adjacent subdivisions, and in case where a new subdivision is going in without adjacency to an existing subdivision, you have to plan for future connections. Understood. Section 410-480 indicates a variance can be requested where the development would impose practical difficulties or particular hardship. I really want to reiterate particular hardship. My 2 7-year-old boys are not the only kids. In fact, when we moved in 6 years ago, we almost moved out a couple years later because I'm like, where are all the kids? This is a subdivision in transition. Kids have all of a sudden, we've had families moved in. We've had families that when we moved in had little infants. Those are now 3 and 4-year-olds. My kids are probably some of the older ones in the subdivision. So over the next several years, as this development is created, these kids are just going to get older. Our streets are going to get busier with kids. It is a very wide street. I did the research on a collector street because that was something that was brought up last time. I didn't know what that was. Did some research. Has to be 38 feet wide to be considered a major collector street. I measured that today. Horseshoe Creek is 38 feet wide. So we understand that this is what was, developed 20 years ago when our subdivision was created. But I guess my question is, because something was created 20 years ago, is that what has to be done today? So I don't know exactly, if a variance is something that we can request. But to John's point, which he is a great neighbor who does drive very slow, which we appreciate. You can look it up. I have called the police. I have called to ask for increased patrol in our neighborhood. Speed limit is 25, which in my opinion is too fast for a residential area. People don't go 25 up and down Horseshoe Creek. It's a very long, wide street. People easily go 40, sometimes 50 miles an hour down that street. It is absolutely insane. Like I said, we've requested speed bumps. We've been told no because of the plows. They are county streets. So yes, I think you guys pulled it up and you were just doing it now. You can put 2 entrances on towers. I understand that there's a home there, but clearly, I walk up and down that street as well with my dog. There is definitely 300 feet between the home and then another entrance and then another one. I'm sure they're going to create beautiful entrances off of Towers Road. I mean, this is a very expensive subdivision going in, but that's not how people are going to go in and out of the subdivision. I access 364 on Dingledine, and we showed a map last time I was here. They will come down Dingledine. We all know people are creatures of habit, and they will take the least, the route that's going to create the least resistance. If you go up to Towers and try to take a left, especially during rush hour, you're going to sit there for a while. People won't do that. And then they have to make another left into the subdivision. Horseshoe Creek, in my opinion, will become the main entrance into this subdivision, not some collector street, which is what you guys are saying this has been designed as. So our request is to keep Horseshoe Creek as a stub road, create 2 entrances off of Towers. The Cambridge Crossing, I don't know if anyone is here tonight. I've driven back there. I looked at it. It is a very small, narrow road. Not to mention, to get to Towers, to get to Cox Hill, or get to Dingledine through Cambridge, it's very windy. It would not be the most direct route for people living in this new subdivision. They would go up to Towers. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Oh, yeah. This is like Deer Birds, you gotta take a number. Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Mike Green. I live at 568 Hitching Post Drive in St. Charles.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Green.
What was it, about a week and a half ago, I talked to Robert on the phone, and I told him that I was kind of disappointed at how the meeting happened the last time we were in this situation, but it looks like we did a reboot. So that's all said and done. So before I actually talked to Robert, I talked to the county highway department. They were unaware of the development, saying, "Oh, I know that would come through eventually." And then I talked to the Steve Ailman's office, and they said, "Oh, that's interesting. You might want to talk to the county highway department." So that's how I got to there. And then I talked back to Steve Ailman's office, and they said, "Oh, you might want to talk to Robert." So I talked to Robert. Took me a little time to get to him, but I got to him. So I guess the thing that I was kind of envisioning with this whole development is to the existing road of Dingledine, or not Dingledine, but Horseshoe Creek. It's just like any other developer, they're wanting to maximize their land. If they made that into a cul-de-sac, you'd have 2 less houses in that development. Isn't that true? Right? Okay.
Nope.
So, as far as this whole preliminary thing with the roads and everything, I don't think that's been ran across any professional engineers or anything on how this is all set up. And also, I'd like to note that actually having the 2 entrances and I believe I understand as the whole setup for the fire trucks and stuff, they like to have 2 entrances. 3 is ideal. And naturally, if it takes 300 feet, there's plenty of room there on towers. And then the other idea is on the other end of Dingledine, there's a stoplight. Why isn't there a stoplight at the other end? That's going to be just as popular traffic. And then there's another subdivision going in. That's going to be more traffic. So there's 2 ways. If you want to go out to Mid Rivers Drive, you go Towers. If you want to go up to Page and Walmart, you go Dingledine. That's how you get around, because the other roads are too windy, scary, right? So that's what I like to say is, and also with that, we know that we all have a garden hose in our backyard. You step on it, you get reduced flow. We're talking about putting a big tank way far away off of Canast Road. That's O'Fallon, right? That's the whole thing is you have a smaller pipe feeds into that area, right? You're going to still have reduced water flow. If you increase the pressure, you're going to blow everybody's toilets off the ground, which is not a good thing, right? I wouldn't want to be sitting on the toilet or once I'm up in the air.
That's too much information.
Well, but reality though, you know?
I've never
it's
heard of
reality.
any subdivisions where toilets were blowing up.
Well,
Sorry,
if you want
I've not
to,
seen that.
well, hopefully not, but that could happen.
Okay.
So I guess the whole thing of it is I understand we have a reduced amount of houses, and the bottom line is not have Horseshoe Creek go through, and have 2 entrances to Towers, and have a stoplight. I think that would be a very good idea and a good development plan, considering that you're adding that many homes, that much traffic in the area.
Well, I will tell you, this commission has no authority regarding stoplights,
Or stop signs.
or stop signs, or speed bumps, or anything. That's totally out of our.
I'm not even
purview.
asking for speed bumps.
Yeah.
I'm asking if you don't have that go through, then it's kind of the status quo of what we currently have. If you allowed us to go through the way this is done, there's going to be tons of cars. There's going to be so many rakes thrown, right? We don't, that's going to be, you don't want to have that. That's a mess.
So I'm trying to figure out on Horseshoe Creek Drive.
Yes.
You're saying people are driving down Horseshoe Creek Drive at 40 and 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's true.
They're
bouncing through like cabs in big cities. Yeah.
to
Because-
avoid the Dingledine intersection?
Well, they're avoiding Towers also, Towers and Dingledine. So to make a left, I don't do it often, but I did it just to see how it was. I turned from Dingledine to Towers. it's hard to make a turn there. It's actually easier to make a turn from Wellsmont to Towers. That's why people go that way.
So you're saying this is already happening then?
Oh, yeah. And then it would just
So the
become worse.
argument is that there will be an increased amount of traffic, not necessarily an increased speed of traffic, because the traffic is already going that quickly.
Yes and yes.
So
It'd
it's
be
the
able-
amount of traffic that's the concern.
Yeah, and speed,
Okay.
everything.
Just to clarify.
So I guess, when I'm looking at the picture, but I don't live there, so I'm
Yeah,
asking.
I understand.
Horseshoe Creek Road dead ends.
Yes.
So people are driving 50 miles an hour on Horseshoe Creek Road to a dead end?
There's 3 cut-up streets. If you see
Okay.
on there, yeah, see he's pointing out the 3 cut-up streets?
So it's your neighbors that are driving through there at 50 miles an hour?
No, it's countries. Because
Okay.
it's easier to turn onto from Wellsmont to Towers than from the main arteries. Because the roads can't handle the traffic. And you're talking about roads, our existing road is in disrepair right now. The concrete's messed up, there's blacktop. Every time the snowplows come through, the road's uneven. It's a patch job throughout the whole main road to our subdivision.
Well, okay, so if you've already got people who were coming south on Dingledine, and then they were wanting to turn left on Towers, but instead, they're turning left on Horseshoe Creek and then right on, what is the north-south street there, Wellston?
Yeah, Wellsmont.
Wellsmont, okay. And they're doing that to then turn left on Towers again, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be argumentative, but just hear me out. If these people are trying to get to that subdivision right here, are they not going to still be going the same way, then turn left on Towers, then turn left into that subdivision? Are you not still going to have the increased volume of traffic? It's just going to have to go down on Wellsmont, back on Towers, and back up again rather than go
You're
straight
gonna
into
be talking about 188 homes, right?
Right?
You have at least 2 cars per home.
Right, but what I'm saying is,
one
if
second.
people are already going that way, they're just gonna keep going that way, because you just said it's easier to go that way
What she's
than if they
saying-
were to come south on Towers, or south on Dingledine and left on
I'm
Towers.
confused by what you're saying.
Mike, what she's saying is if we stub that road off and no one could go through your road,
Yes.
they're still gonna come through your subdivision to get to this new development,
Yes, because there's a stoplight needed.
whatever it is.
And right now, our highway department does not have the software to be able to do it. The highway department told me that.
We're just saying that
So-
we don't know that it's gonna make a difference one way or another. That's what she's talking about.
Well, there's no study done, and we don't have the software to handle that. And you requested that you could redo a study, right? Drew? That what you just told them earlier on the first time?
They can request a traffic study, to determine the width of the streets within the subdivision to see if they're wide enough.
Not the impact of the subdivision on.
Can it handle the
property.
traffic?
But that does not include traffic calming or any other measures that goes with that study?
Right.
I'm sorry, are you asking
Oh, I'm
the
not
question?
messing you up. I'm sorry, Robert. So that traffic study is just
Yeah.
determining the width. Does that include traffic calming as well with that too, to study how this potential subdivision is going to impact Horseshoe Creek?
No.
As far as dips and things of that nature?
Well, the ordinance specifically addresses internal to the subdivision, whether or not the streets are sufficient to carry traffic within the subdivision. But it doesn't address off-site improvements.
Okay. And another note is, if you see the very end of our street, there's a curve. They're gonna be taking out those last people's mailboxes with that much traffic. I mean, I don't think the county's gonna wanna pay for that all the time. I mean, so why create more of a problem than what we already have?
So what I'm trying to explain is that you are claiming, and I'm assuming that what you're saying is correct, that you are claiming that people are coming south on Dingledine, then going east on Towers Road. Okay, that's the route they're trying to avoid. So instead of going south on Dingledine and east on Towers Road, they're going south on Dingledine, east on Horseshoe Creek, and then south on, is it Wellsmont? On Wellsmont, in order to then go east on Towers Road.
Correct.
That's the cut through. Okay.
Yeah, because there's not a good clearing at the Towers and Dingledine
Okay.
connection.
So
to be
what
able to
I'm
pull out.
saying to you is that, assuming that there's a development that goes in here at all, okay?
Okay.
The difference between whether or not it connects at Horseshoe Creek or not is going to be immaterial. because anyone coming from Dingledine Road that wants to get to this new development will have the same issue of wanting to avoid Dingledine and Towers. So they will either turn east on Horseshoe Creek and then go straight into the development, or they will turn east on Horseshoe Creek, then go south on Wellsmont, then go east on Towers Road and north into the development. So you actually, by connecting it into the development, actually have the amount of, as in half, the amount of traffic that's in your subdivision, because they're only going on one street instead of going on one street, then south, then over. So you only have half the amount of street that they're going to be on. They're going to stop going on Wellsmont.
Move on to someone else.
Okay, that,
Sir, do you have anything
I-
else? Mike?
I was totally confused in what you just said.
Okay.
Because it was just kind of like, it sounded like you were just.
We get your point.
So I guess the point is, regardless if the development goes in or not, there should be a stoplight.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
and so by adding traffic, huh?
The only thing to
You
do,
agree? Oh, good.
you should contact your county councilman.
Oh, we have. Actually, there's a letter that
Okay.
actually is attached to this.
That's, would be your, I would get your homeowners association and contact your county councilman. We can't do anything about stop signs.
Okay, but, okay,
I am on the county council.
okay.
Have been for the last 13 years.
All right.
What I propose, and again, if this is set up this way, and you get the same amount of interest, and you come to a county council meeting, okay, with petitions and so on, I believe, strongly, you will get a stoplight at the corner of Dingledine and Towers.
We will?
I also believe
Okay,
that
good.
if once these 188 homes are built, I can see a solution where there could be some stop signs put up on Horseshoe Creek Drive to
Okay.
slow those people down. So those are the two things that I think that this commission has no authority to do, but the county council does have the authority to do. And that would be my suggestion on how to
Okay,
approach that.
that sounds awesome. I like that idea, and that sounds like what, but here's the question.
We gotta move on.
So just let me finish 1 second, sir. So the question is, what you guys are to decide tonight is if Dingledine stays a stub, and if you add 2 roads to Towers. Is that correct?
No.
Then what are you guys voting on tonight then?
We're voting on the preliminary plat, which will connect Street A to Horseshoe Bend Creek and also to Tower Park Drive. And a new entrance on Towers. That's what we're voting on.
Okay, so it is about Horseshoe Creek.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that would be one thing you vote on, and then the plot, the way it was redrawn, the shell game that they did?
If we approve this preliminary plat, then we'll have 3 points of connection. Towers, Horseshoe Creek, and Tower Park. That's what we're voting on tonight. Okay, so we have more people that want to
Okay,
speak.
all right, I just want to,
Okay.
because this is kind of something that I didn't talk about last time, because I thought it was kind of understood, but thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay. Now, does anyone have anything other than traffic?
Other than traffic.
We have traffic, but we've been.
Well,
waiting
no, we're
for a
not hearing
long
any more
time.
traffic. There's no more traffic
We
discussion.
brought our son here.
We're not
because
talking,
we-
ma'am, we
We
spent the
wanted to
last.
teach him about the importance of speaking our mind and what's important in
Okay,
the world.
but we've already had 45 minutes of
Just
traffic.
give us 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Raise
Thank
your
you very
hand,
much.
everybody raise your hand. Okay. Do solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please
Yeah.
state your names and addresses for the record.
My name is Annie Davis.
My name is John Davis.
Richard Davis.
Okay.
We live at 505 Wellsmont Drive.
Okay.
And we're here to ask you to vote no to put traffic through Horseshoe Creek. We're a small subdivision. We have 75 homes. Just the other night, kids were playing kickball on Horseshoe Creek. We don't want children to be hurt, injured, and adding 400 to 600 cars a day could increase that possibility.
But as we stated before, Horseshoe Creek is a public street and is not necessarily constructed as a kickball court.
And just like the people before us, there are other options. We ask you to look at those options.
Ms. Bart, I heard your point about the traffic, but if you open up that stub, you're saying that it's permissible to cut through. And where it is now is it really shouldn't be permissible to avoid the intersection, and that should be something that we can get enforced through law enforcement.
Contact your county councilman.
Right, so we'd ask you to not allow connection to the stub.
Thank you.
As a kid of my subdivision, I see kids play outside every day on my street, and it would be a disgrace to see that street have traffic and force the kids to play indoors. I take joy in seeing my peers play outside. Thank you.
Well said.
Got to get them to bed.
Yeah, you got school tomorrow, man.
Something other than traffic?
2 minutes.
No, my question was, sir, something other than traffic.
You asked me to wait just a second ago, and you told me I could come up. I let the other gentleman and lady go. They had to go home. 2 minutes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings with the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Christian Malley. I live at 4129 Hobnail Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304 in the Horseshoe Creek subdivision.
Okay.
The reason I'm speaking is because I am too concerned about traffic on Horseshoe Creek. I understand, Ms. Barr, your point that if people are doing it anyway, then they may continue through. I think this commission needs to decide not what is permissible for people to do, but what we are encouraging people to do. And if we have the option to encourage traffic to go to Towers Road, which is a much more major thoroughfare than Horseshoe Creek subdivision, then let's do it. I have 2 children. The oldest is 4. She loves to come home every day and ride her bike. Every perpendicular road to Horseshoe Creek goes downhill. I am terrified that I'm going to have her not go downhill anymore, because we are going to allow hundreds of additional roads through this thoroughfare when this commission has the option to use another road that has 3 lanes, a separate turning lane, to encourage people to use. And I understand, Ms. Barr, we can't control what people choose to do, but we can encourage them to do the right thing and protect the peace and safety of Horseshoe Creek subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
If your main issue is just the Horseshoe Creek cut through, please just raise your hand if that's your main issue. Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these
I
proceedings
do.
under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Joseph Mates, M-A-T-E-S. I live at 4271 Horseshoe Creek Drive, St. Charles, Missouri, 63304.
Go ahead, sir.
I also, similar to Mr. Spellman, also work for the real estate industry. I'm retired military. I put 25 years in the Marine Corps, and I look forward to a retirement community. My wife and I built our home on Horseshoe Creek Drive in 1998, and we were quite satisfied with the subdivision. We were very comforted in the knowledge that it was quiet and peaceful, and it was exactly what we were looking for. However, with the advent of what is being proposed, I'm afraid that our tranquility is going to suffer and our home values are going to suffer. And I'm basing this on my 35 years in real estate, starting in 1985. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? We will, has he already spoken?
Real quick.
Have you already spoken?
I spoke for the last one.
Oh, no, you can come up.
Well, I said quite real quick. Around no traffic consideration?
Yeah, nothing about traffic.
Does that include the road?
Come up to that.
Just roads?
You're right.
Does that include roads altogether?
Yeah, all together.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing for PRE 21-09. Ask the applicant to come back.
I don't think there were questions necessarily for me to answer during that. I mean, there were concerns about the connection, right? And all I would reiterate is those were stub streets. Those were not created as cul-de-sacs. And connecting to any open public road, I mean, it's not like one connection to an open public road, i.e. towers, is cheaper or more expensive than one connection to an open public road, i.e. Horseshoe Creek. Those were designed for connection, and that's why they're being connected. But we will totally do whatever, we'll work with county staff. I guess it's not Robert, it'd be the highway department, but we'd work with county staff, for whatever traffic control measures are needed. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
It's more toward Robert, but it's
Okay.
related. So is it possible, because I know that the county, what Mr. Weber was saying, has to be lined up with the road across it. Is it possible to have another entrance off of Towers with the allowing for the access points?
I was just trying to do the math myself, and, if you put a street in the center to line up across from Jacob Crossing Drive, and you want to avoid Jacob Station Road and John Meyer Drive, then you'd have, basically, you could maybe put in a street 300 feet away, but the fire department is not going to want to have two entrances, the only two entrances for the entire subdivision be 300 feet apart.
So it's a safety issue.
They're going to want them
from
farther apart.
From the
than
fire
that.
department's perspective,
Yeah,
I know.
correct?
yeah.
Could you just do that?
Okay, thank you.
And is that 300 feet, is that for any road, or is Towers considered like a heavier collector type of road where it requires more than 3 feet? Just curious where that 300 feet came from.
I'm not sure what the minimum spacing requirement is offhand. I just know that you could probably squeeze streets 300 feet apart,
Okay.
but that's not going to satisfy the fire department.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Okay.
Seeing none, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We will now bring application PRE 21-09, the preliminary plat for the reserve at Lakeview Farms, back to the commission for consideration.
Can I make a statement?
Yes, that's what it's that time.
I'd just like to say, as I said before, I have 6 children. I live on a busy road. I'm not unsympathetic at all to your plight. My children play on their bicycles. They play on their scooters. I get it. That said, if what I heard tonight is true, and that people are cutting through on Horseshoe Creek down to Wellsmont to get to Towers, logic tells me that if you put more houses in at all with any connection, regardless of where that connection is, you're going to continue to have, well, you already have people going 50 miles an hour. So I would not be letting my kids play in a street where people went 50 miles an hour. I'm very sorry that's happening. I hope you guys have good backyard space. That's terrible. But it's already happening. And regardless, you're going to have extra volume because you have extra houses, and they're going to want to get to those houses, and they're going to go down Horseshoe Creek and Wellsmont. Totally agree with what you're saying, that we shouldn't be encouraging that. I think there needs to be a solution for that. I think that solution lies in either a stoplight or something, some other, speed bumps, dips, something that this commission has no control over. And I think that regardless of what this commission does as far as connections, that solution needs to be there anyway. And this subdivision going in place, regardless of where the connections are, is already going to cause you an increase in volume and an increase in traffic. And so to make the developer go back to the drawing board to change entrances and exits when there will be no material difference that I can see, I don't see a purpose for that.
Public hearing is closed. This is only discussion among the commission.
Terry.
Yeah, just one last thing here. If this commission votes on this particular plan, where Horseshoe Creek Drive will be obviously one of the entrances and exits for this subdivision, if that occurs, I can promise you okay, that you will have at least one and possibly two, because I know Mr. White pretty well, who's the councilman in this district, to forcefully try to see if we can correct the problem and get a stoplight at Dingledine and Towers, and also forcefully try to talk to the highway department about getting stop signs on Horseshoe Creek down. I know you have.
We have.
But we can try again, and I think we can.
What are you gonna do, put it in the middle of the street? Because they don't stop right now.
So you're saying.
They don't stop with the stop sign.
Well, again, that's a law enforcement problem that.
I don't think it's a problem for everybody else, but we're here to argue with you guys to tell you that 500 cars coming down our short street is not feasible.
Sir, the public hearing is closed.
Gotcha, I
Okay.
understand.
So we're just having a discussion up here. Thank you. Anyone else have any additional comments, questions?
I have a question for Robert. To her point, you're the expert subject matter. I'm going to consider maybe not exactly in traffic patterns, but understanding development. If we agree to put the horseshoe pass through versus not putting it through, I think she's very correct. I think people are still going to take that horseshoe down to Wellsmount, over to Towers, and back up to Lakeview Farms. That's the subdivision. If it goes through, probably at least 25% of that subdivision will go directly across Horseshoe and into the subdivision versus 100% of them going down Horseshoe, Wellstone, Towers, and up to the subdivision. Because they're going to have a direct route into the subdivision from Horseshoe for the people who live north of Towers.
So it's going to reduce traffic on those other 3 roads.
Yeah.
Well,
You're guaranteeing more cars.
Wyatt,
you know, more street connections, generally speaking, it does disperse traffic, and that's one of the goals of having multiple street connections. That's,
It's just a natural byproduct of that.
yeah, it's just a kind of a basic principle that the more connections, it helps more disperse traffic.
More direct, you have less road they have to travel on.
When there's more options available, people take different options. That's a general principle.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Ms. Sally, you have anything?
Nope, thank you.
I'll make a comment. I'm going to tell you, you know, in our subdivision, we had a lot of neighbors that were against a cut through in ours also. They ended up putting a gate at the end of one of the subdivisions, and guess what's happened? The people that live on the thoroughfare of it now have all of the traffic coming out of our subdivision through their front yards. So they've actually had it more of an impact if we would have left the road open on the back end of the subdivision. So they've actually had more of an impact. They wanted it blocked. It's actually caused them traffic problems.
Which subdivision is this?
It's Windcastle. So they blocked it off at Fairdale. It's still a lot of houses. There's still a lot of houses. So the people now, I mean, you're shaking your head. I'm just telling you.
It's funny, Whitmore, and you guys can all have your gates.
You can ask for it. I'm just telling you what'll happen. It doesn't matter. You're causing problems for traffic when you cut off subdivisions. I was on the planning and zoning during that time. I couldn't vote for it because it's my neighbors. It was a mistake. It should be open. And it's also for safety concerns, just so you know. So I'm just letting you know. That's why. That's why we build subdivisions the way we do.
That everybody would still continue to use that path.
Yeah, you guys got a rough deal. I understand it. Anytime you live on a thoroughfare, anytime you live on a thoroughfare, you have a rough deal. I sympathize with you. I'm just letting you know. From my personal experience, my neighborhood, it's actually caused problems for the neighbors that live there, so.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I'd like to make a motion that we,
Motion by Mr. Hollander, second by Ms. Bamer. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Ms. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
yes.
And I vote yes. Preliminary plat's approved.
First child that is heard.
When do they have a chance to go to county council again?
County Council meets May 10th in this room.
for the plat, except for the. except
Well,
for
that
removing
child
the-
shouldn't be out playing kickball in the
and
street.
security.
Next item on our agenda is a preliminary plat for the re-subdivision of Indian Creek Farms Lot 3 through 111, Lot 3 at 111 Kentucky Derby Drive. The application is PRE 21-04. Property owner is Michael Grunfeld and Michelle Sisler? Sisler. Okay. Schishler. The applicant, the developer is Michael Grunfeld and Michelle Schishler. The engineer surveyor is Cochran Engineering.
Folks, we're going to have to ask you to be quiet in the back, please.
The property zoning is RR, Single Family Residential District. Proposed lots are 3. Parcel size is 13.29 acres. Locations on the north side of Kentucky Derby Drive, approximately 965 feet east of Hun Road and approximately 775 feet west of Indian Camp Creek Park, located in Council District 1. Staff.
All right, this is a re-subdivision plat of an existing subdivision, Indian Creek Farms, 13.29 acres. It is zoned RR, which only requires a 3-acre minimum lot size. The lots throughout the subdivision do range in sizes. So what the applicants are proposing is 3 separate parcels out of this 13.29 acres. All of them meet the requirements. The subdivision, the re-subdivision plat does meet the technical requirements for the county.
Any questions for staff?
Yes, I believe there was a letter in there that, from the trustee, that said it would still have to meet their approval. So does us voting, if we do vote for it, does that still have to occur? Is it still contingent upon that?
This may be a legal question. You want to take that, or do you want?
They'd have to have separate approvals, even if this body would approve the plat. If there is such a covenant that requires that review by the homeowner association, then they would also have to go through their process as well.
Okay, very good. That's all I need to know. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, will the applicant come forward? This is chicken or the egg kind of deal. Which one's going to come first?
Yeah, exactly. I just want to make sure they both do.
Hello. Oh,
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please, are you going to speak also? Okay, please state your names and address for the record.
Michelle Schisler, 26105 Bubbling Brook Lane, Forestell, Missouri.
Angela Wadsworth, 10 Britton Court, Lake St. Louis, Missouri, 63367.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. For the sake of time and bladders and stomachs, I can't imagine you guys sitting there the whole time. If it's acceptable to you, in reference to your question about the HOA, I know that allegedly our HOA president or someone claiming to be called in, I think last Monday, stating that it was unacceptable for, do you want me to pause?
No, go ahead. I was
Okay.
going to tell them to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, keep going.
They received a call stating that it was unacceptable for us to subdivide our lot according to the recorded covenants and restrictions. However, I spoke to, Monday on the 19th, I spoke to Diane in the Recorder of Deeds office, and it confirmed that the 2016 covenants and restrictions that were adopted and recorded back then were the only ones adopted. And I emailed those to Lauren Dowlett Cochran, and she forwarded those to Ellie Marr here at the City Council. And so those are there for your review if you need them. I've thoroughly looked through them, been reviewed numerous times legally as well. There's nothing in there about us, no prohibition for us to not
subdivide our lot. And to get it aligned with the other lots, most of them are between 3 and 5-ish acres. We have the biggest one, 13.29. There's one that's 9.27 as well that already has an existing home on it. But for us to be comparable in size and price and maintenance for the lot, there's a lot of mowing, except for the wooded area. It just makes sense for us to subdivide it to sell it. We've actually had it listed since July of 2020 and had numerous interest in portions of it, but no one wanted to buy the whole parcel. So if it's acceptable to you, if you guys have any questions for me now, that's fine. And then if someone speaks, otherwise I can answer those.
Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Since this is essentially a new subdivision with it being re-subdivided, do you have to have your own set of restrictions and covenants?
It's not a new subdivision. It's part of the 83.35 acre subdivision Indian Creek Farms. It's part of this subdivision. We just purchased one lot, which originally was listed as 4 lots. We just decided to take that whole chunk and they made it into one.
Gotcha.
So had we known this was going to be an issue down the road, and we didn't intend to sell it, but we purchased a home in December of 19 and love it, and we decided to stay.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
That's a re-subdivision, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a replatting.
Right.
Any other questions of the applicant?
So you said it was originally 4 lots?
Correct.
When you got it rezoned into just one or
redivided? So this 83 acres has been, it was bank-owned foreclosure for a number of years. In 2007, they rezoned it to RR instead of agricultural, so the bank could sell it as 3-acre lots. Still, no developer wanted to come in and buy the whole thing. So actually, some acquaintances of ours decided to get a group of people together and say, hey, we want to buy this. And it was enough of the subdivision that the bank decided, okay, we'll subdivide it and you guys can purchase it. So we purchased basically, and they decided what they wanted, and then we kind of just cut off a corner chunk and said, we'll take this corner. And the Cochrane had originally surveyed it to be 4 lots, with a part of it being in another lot, just a small sliver. And so now we're just wanting to take it back to 3 instead of 4.
So you had it resurveyed into 3 lots instead of 4?
Correct.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Now we'll open the public hearing for PRE 21-04. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application?
Did you want to speak?
Yes, go ahead. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I sure do.
Please state your name and address for the
My
record.
name is John Hunn. I live at 2378 Hunn Road, Forestdale. My property adjoins the property in question. I have the north side of it, and then Indian Camp Creek Park has the east side of this property, and so forth. And it's been agriculture since forever, and my concern was for for the same concern that the county here had when this was first sold as a subdivision and so forth. When they entered the road, gosh, I can never remember that road. The main entrance to the place there.
Yeah, Kentucky Derby Drive.
Yeah, Kentucky Derby Drive. The county had required them for drainage purposes to put a holding pond on each side, the north and the south side of that entranceway. Somewhere along the way, with the bank getting involved, and I believe it was Townsend Development had it for a while, and then, anyway, went through bankruptcies and so forth, as I understand it. But somehow now these holding ponds have been dissipated. The 2 lots that sold right there at the entrance, one on each side of the entrance, just done away with them. And so there's nothing to hold the water. The water drains across Hun Road there into a branch that comes around and comes right into my place, which now, anytime you get a 2-inch rain, my crossing's underwater by 2 feet, 3 feet sometimes. And that's just from those two small ponds. They weren't much bigger than, the length of this room at best, maybe the size of this room. But that's what has happened to my runoff situation. On the back side of the farm where this property is, there's 2 drainage areas that come across my property. And right now, the woods, the young lady stated that it was mostly wooded, and it is. It's a nice forest and so forth, but that holds a lot of the water. And if those were made into lots, any more lots than's there already and so forth, then I have to face another drainage problem right across my hay field and then down into the bottom ground next to Big Creek. And eventually ends up as another county problem, because then that gets into Indian Camp Creek Park, which I've worked with to solve some of the drainage problems. So that's that concern. Septics, that many more septic tanks, because there's no public sewers or water out there. And fencing. I've had problems with that wooded area with trees falling on my fence, which has been my sole responsibility for forever. But now there's tree limbs falling on it and everything else. These are unkept lots at best, and so forth. So that's all I've got to say. And
Okay.
But I thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Tracy.
Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'll be real brief. Arnie C., A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. First of all, I'd like to say that the applicant, this is responsible growth. This is something that we're looking for. If you divide the acreage, she's got 2 big lots and 1 small lot, but the 3 lots would be about 4.43 acres if you divide the 13.9 acres. I would ask that you approve this plan. Whoever buys the property, whoever builds on it, is responsible to meet the codified code for water detention, retention, and they would be obligated to follow new rules and regulations with water release. So I ask that you approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding PRE 21-04? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, bring this back to the commission. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Motion to approve PRE 2104.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cornwell is a second. Mr. Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Ms. Sally?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
I vote yes. Application passes. Yeah, this is just a preliminary plat. What did I do?
One more to go.
I lost my agenda.
Now we're on PRE
Creekside Farm.
21-07.
Creekside Farm.
Next item is preliminary plat for Creekside Farms, located at 2451 South Point Prairie Road, application number PRE 21-07. Property owner developer is Point Prairie LLC, engineer surveyors LDC Engineering LLC. Property zoning is R1A, single-family residential district with PUD, floodway, and floodway fringe overlay districts. Proposed lots are 21. Parcel size is 126.99 acres. Locations on the west side of South Point Prairie Road, approximately 1,800 feet south of Buckner Road, located in Council District 2. Staff.
You'll probably note that the existing zoning is unusual for this area in that there's no sewers available, but the existing zoning for this tract is R1A, single-family residential district, which only requires 1 acre minimum lot size, and then it has a PUD overlay district. The reason is because years ago, a plan unit development was approved for this parcel. That plan unit development plan is defunct because it was predicated upon their own sewage treatment, which was an MBR plant that was going to be constructed here. That was never constructed. The subdivision was never built. So that PUD plan is expired. So we're left with the existing zoning. One thing that we'll need to deal with is to clean up the PUD overlay district so that they can move forward with these plans if that's the choosing of the Planning and Zoning Commission in terms of the plat. It does include 126 acres and 22 residential lots. The property contains a lot of floodway and floodway fringe along Little Darden Creek, which is set aside as common ground. There's also a transcontinental pipeline that crosses from east to west along the southern portion of the property. All streets must be paved with a minimum pavement width of 24 feet and have to be built to public street standards. That's a requirement now for 3 acre, anything less than 5 acres, basically. It has to be built to public street standards. At the time that we wrote the staff report, they didn't have a tree preservation plan that had been submitted, but I would update the staff report and the recommendation to show that they did submit the tree preservation plan. They show 12 plus acres of woodland area being preserved, and that's well above the minimum necessary for the tree preservation requirements. So it is meeting the technical requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance in terms of the subdivision regulations, although we would recommend that if you should choose to approve the preliminary plat, that to be done with the condition that the existing PUD overlay must be removed prior to final plat approval.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah, I do have one. The part of the property that is, I guess that's to the east of Point Prairie, is Point Prairie, it appears that the parcel has ownership of Point Prairie Road through there, because, and otherwise I can't understand why it would be included in there, because they're not contiguous.
I think they're including it in there because that's the original subdivision. That's where they were going to put the MBR plant. And so they're reflecting the way it was designed originally. Now, I have the same,
I mean, it's not tied now, though, to use. And from a real estate, it should be usage, title, and whether it's contiguous or not. It does not meet those 3 criteria.
It's not contiguous with the rest of the subdivision because there's the street that separates it.
Yeah.
And so it's very rare. You almost never see subdivisions divided by existing streets. And so when this originally came in, I had concern about that too. I suppose it can be included because I wouldn't want them to get credit on the east side of, I wouldn't want them to say that, oh, we can cut down all the trees on the west side, for instance, and make up for it on the east side of this roadway, because if you carry that to an extreme, you could pick a piece of land 10 miles away and you could say, I'm going to clear cut this tract and then leave that other piece 10 miles away, wooded. But I think it's okay in this case because they're not trying to get credit on this side of.
No, I agree with you. I'm just pointing out that doesn't seem to be correct because they're not contiguous.
It's a very unusual, yeah.
Right, okay.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, will the applicants come forward? And I thought I was going to get out of here that too. Should have shut Mr. Green up about 20 minutes before. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
State your name and address for the record.
Gary Kimball, 61 Cloverdale Drive in St. Charles, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello. What we're proposing, being it's been a long night tonight, we'll make it quick and easy. It's a 22-lot subdivision with one street through. It's all going to be over 3.5 acres to 4.5 acre lots. As far as the trees, we're only taking the trees along the edge of the road. So we have 85 acres of trees, and we're taking out 2.5. So there's plenty of trees that's all going to be left. You said 21 lots, it's actually 22 lots. The second one that we did has 22 lots. And I believe that's all we need to do. You got questions, I'll answer your questions.
Are they all gonna be wells?
It's all gonna be well and septic, yes. Soil study's already been done and submitted for the septics.
No, so you'll have 22 separate wells, or will it be some common wells?
I believe it'll be 22 separate wells.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Nope.
Yeah, can I just clarify? It appears from what this looks like on here that the little piece on the east side of the road
Yes.
is gonna be just common ground?
Yes,
You're not gonna put any houses over there?
they're not doing anything over there at all, it's just gonna be common ground.
Okay.
So if they want to, they can come across the street and use the creek and all the wooded area over that way.
Now, will this be public or private road in your subdivision?
Well, being as we have to do county standards, we are going to make it public. And it is going to be 20-foot wide, not 24, because with a minor subdivision, we can go 20-foot wide with a 42-foot right-of-way. And that's what we have proposed.
Now, does your cul-de-sac meet the turning distance for emergency
We
vehicles?
have two cul-de-sacs, or one cul-de-sac and two eyebrows. We had to add an eyebrow in the middle because of the distance. It is within 2640. So we have two sections of pavement that are less than 2640 along with the cul-de-sac.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Robert?
Real quick, one other point I just wanted to explain. South Point Prairie Road is, the right-of-way is very narrow. It's only 30 feet wide, and for an arterial like this, it needs to be a minimum of 60 feet wide. So as part of the platting process, there will need to be a dedication of an additional 15 feet of right-of-way along South Point Prairie Road. But I did some calculations today on your Lot 1. I was concerned that
Right.
it would put it under 3 acres, and there should be enough, you should have enough room to make that dedication
Okay.
and not
Yeah,
put
'cause
that under 3 acres.
We haven't done that because we knew that there was going to be some right-of-way dedication, but nobody has ever told us how much we needed yet.
Okay.
So that's why it is not shown on this yet.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Now we'll open the public hearing for application PRE 21-07, preliminary plat for Creekside Farms located at 2451 South Point Prairie Road. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Arnie A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. This is, again, the proper growth. It's responsible growth. I would ask you, encourage you to pass it. Although I'm not really convinced, and I didn't hear from the applicant, and I don't see a letter on file or filed with the county from the Wentzville Fire Protection District. Do the cul-de-sacs meet the minimum mandate for turning radius for a ladder truck and a fire engine, and then the ambulance also? So that's a concern. I want to make sure that our emergency services are met and that we have the correct footage in the cul-de-sacs. And again, I don't see any correspondence from the Wentzville Fire Protection District. Besides that, I would ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission for consideration. Anyone have any questions, comments regarding this application? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve PRE 21-07. Is there a motion?
Subject to, as Robert said, how did you state that before about the previous?
Let me make sure I got, Existing PUD overlay must be removed prior to final plat approval.
So do we have to do that in two steps, or is this all part of?
No, you could do it in one step with a condition, if that would be your choosing.
Okay, that would be the way I would, whatever way it needs to be worded, that would be what I would recommend.
Subject to that, right there.
Just what he said.
Okay, so your motion is to approve PRE 21-07, to include the recommendations made by staff that the existing PUD overlay be removed prior to the final plat approval.
Correct.
That's your motion.
That is my motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I'll give that to Tracy. Ms. Sally, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Hollander?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Application passes. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is approval of the March 17th meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
Well, there was one correction.
Oh.
Mr. Jackson was not included on the list of members present.
Oh.
So we just need to add him. Sorry,
Yeah, he was here. I picked on him.
He was here.
He was
He
here.
was here. He was definitely here.
So, is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Approve, motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
Okay, those are approved. Planning and zoning division updates, Robert?
There better not be one.
I wanted to introduce Brian Wise. Brian will be attending Planning and Zoning Commission meetings, as I understand it, and want to introduce him as a county counselor, as a county attorney. And want to say welcome. This is a heck of a way to welcome you.
This is one of our shorter meetings.
Yeah, they used to go on a lot longer
It's not
than this.
midnight yet. It's still early.
No kidding.
The only,
So welcome. Welcome. Thank you very
Welcome.
Get a name in front of me so we know.
Yeah. Robert promised me one next week.
yes.
Go ahead, Robert.
The only other thing I would mention is that I sent an email recently about training materials. If any of you have an interest in any particular training materials, let us know. And we have a whole host of training materials and information available, depending on, regardless of your topic of interest, if it has to do with planning.
Thank you.
Hopefully by the May meeting, I will have a proposal, a set of guidelines for our meeting and our public hearing, which will place some limitations. We developed that, the county councilor's office developed it for the Port Authority, and we adopted those last month for the Port Authority board. And I'm going to take those and basically change some names around, and I'll have those for consideration that we adopt and make public for our public hearings and how we conduct our meetings. So that's in the works.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Are you saying people are having a hard time understanding how these meetings work? Oh, damn.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't me, it was the county councilor's office that did it, so.
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second? Is there a second? All in favor, sign aye.
Aye. All right.
And it was not too bad.